That is officially up. We got the stream opened up. Everybody slowly popping in. Now we can get
rolling.
our stuff dialed in here. Man, somebody track
Yeah, I know the one was like placed so abstract on the back straight, just came rolled through for like 0.3 seconds and just gone.
There's that one that's behind the bush. That's pretty good one. Some stupid AI. I wish we could throw a few AI drivers in the race, like just like one or two.
Dude, that would actually be insane if we could do that.
I'm hoping like.
What's funny is they'd probably finish in front of somebody.
Yeah, like that's one of the big promises of the video. I'm very quiet. Wow, that's a real one.
I think stream in general might be a little bit low.
Let's try that one. Can you hear J2? J2, talk a little bit.
Alright, tell me if you guys can hear that. I'm gonna mute this because I'm getting my own sound feedback on here. But push the mic up a little. Maybe you said, yeah,
well,
it seems like it's
on
starting
the air.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Engine noise is basically too high compared to the voices. Okay, so that's all. That's the overall. So let's do this. Let's go. Set a course up. 9. How's that now? Is that a little bit better? Gotta wait for the lag to catch up to him, obviously. Still need voices boosted. God damn.
I can
turn
boost
you
my
all
own
the way
mic.
up. Well, I'm turning you all the way up. I'll turn mine up a little bit more.
So
We'll go from there. Pot 80. Let's see where we're at now. JT, you want to talk some sense straight away?
alright. What I'm excited for is I want to see the liveries. Because I only know what like two people's look like. I saw Speeds. I know what Speeds is. But I want to see what all the liveries look like today.
I think I'm just gonna have to actually turn down the volume just a touch. It's funny because I turned it down.
Yeah, you might need to.
I'm going with like 35. Tater, I'll go like that. How about that? How are we doing now? Trying to watch the mixture volume. That was here. See if that does it. Alright, I'm hearing better now.
Yeah, Tita said better. Yeah.
Alright, we'll float with it now. J2, talk for a little bit. Let's see if yours is good too.
Alright, yeah, Le Fish. Never mind. I'm not going to embarrass myself trying to speak French. But the liveries worked for some people. I think some people don't have the proper liveries assigned to them. So I think that's the only issue as far as our side for the stream. I don't know what it looks like for some of the guys on track today. What? Hey, yeah, Cameron, let's go team TRXVM.
Check it out with another engine too.
Go to team, many drivers in the top 10. Can't be mad at that.
Cannot be. You guys are doing a real good job of just getting lap times in. They all seem to be at least putting a few in on the board now. We got one Speed Bumps, I think, done 3 laps already in this practice session, so he just got out and got going.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely pushing it. Speed, I'm super. Honestly, he's doing really well, and he spent a lot of time doing his livery. I wasn't sure if he was going to get the practice in because I was seeing the updates as he was sending them to me. But he's out now, pushing it seems like he's trying to, maybe he's lifting. I'm not 100% sure. I only did a couple of laps myself, so I don't necessarily know what it looks like when they're going full beans, but.
Well, it looks like the Tekly racing liveries did make it in.
Ooh, and they look saucy. I did see some of these, and I think they have some surprises for the nighttime whenever we get there. I don't want to spoil anything too much, but I expect those to look pretty smooth is all I'll say.
Speed livery is fire. I think that was the green one we were just looking at, which was pretty nice.
Yeah. that fractal green one. He did a really nice job. He did that himself actually.
I know he was keeping me updated throughout the process, and
Yeah.
he really like was just figuring it out as he went. I gotta give him tons of props for it. That's tough for anyone who hasn't made a livery themselves before.
Yeah.
Just know that trial and error is a tough way to go about it.
Yeah, I remember the first time I looked at like some livery files and just how they pieced the car like into little pieces, and after that I never looked again. I left everything to Cameron. I was like, no.
Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. Like the biggest thing is draw. Like I like to find a good template livery first. So like find one of the generic Kunos ones or built-in ones that have some body lines to them, and then just kind of redraw your lines with those still on the car, and then erase everything, and just from there it's coloring in the lines. So I'm making it sound easier than it is, but if you break down the process, it's not as bad.
Yeah, if you take it step by step, you get something to build off of. I could see that being a little bit easier than maybe just trying to jump in the deep end right away here. But John moving on to the main straight now. He'll be on lap. How many laps has he done?
Looks like that's the end of his second, so he'll get one chance here to put an actual decent one on the board. Oh, and he's going to
pulling off.
Like to take it.
All right. Solid enough. Looks like Speed and Jawa seem to be the only ones with actual lap times put up on the board in the teens there.
Yeah. We do have the cam tool preset. I think that should be in the bottom right of the stream there. Cameron, you can see it's got a lot of the TV angles and stuff. We just typically use the drone cam on our broadcast because you can get you can stay with the action a little bit longer, if that makes sense. I can make that a little bit bigger. Hold on, let's see this. Move this over a touch. And then come over here real quick. Go like that for you. And like that for you. Not a lot bigger, but it's a little bit bigger. No breaking things. It was strategic-ish.
There we go. That takes up a decent spot now.
Yeah, I should probably have the stream itself open too. Oh, I can see it actually on the broadcast there.
Yeah, I've got it on the side as well.
Yeah, now you can actually see it. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Very nice.
All right.
I mean, but looking at Speed and Java's laps compared to their quali, they're about 5-6 seconds off. Do you think that's closer to race pace for them?
I mean, it's going to be hard to tell, right? I mean, that first lap is obviously going to be a bit of a clusterfuck. It seems like we are going to have 24 racers at least showing up today, so or 24 cars, I should say. So it's going to depend on how much of a gap they can get themselves. If they're relying on the pace of the car in front of them, it could be slower. We could be seeing like mid to low 20s as the race pace until this group breaks off a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean that probably inevitably will affect some of the strategy, that any team has like worked out for this weekend. I know the 3-stop is the one that everybody's talking about, so far from what I can gather, but I've heard there is a possibility for a 2-stop for some guys out here. So that'll be interesting to see. I think the Bayer V8 is kind of the talk of the town with being able to do the 2-stop, because apparently it takes less fuel a lap. So that might be interesting to see how they, aside from how they group their stops up, and see if somebody elects to just take 2 and go from there.
Right. We do see Tall Tech inching closer and closer to base cannon here. I'm sure these guys are just practicing together, part of the VMTR team that we've seen.
Absolutely, 2 of VM's prodigy boys, our favorites here, Tall Tech and Base. If I know anything about Tall Tech, I will say he'll probably be either looking to do one of two things. He wants to stick as close to base as he can, or he's looking to pass. That is absolutely, in Tall Tech's, that's in his handbag of tools on the track, as he's always looking to capitalize on a mistake in front, or he's looking to stay right behind you and just wait till you make one.
I muted the Discord notifications, so that should stop things for now. But I'm also not going to really get a notification if anybody tries to ping me. So, Godspeed.
Yeah, we're out here in the water by ourselves. Yeah, Godspeed. We are now floating adrift from the server. We are rogue.
Sorry, it's probably for the best. I'm looking around here just to see if we've got anybody else grouping up. Really, Base and Tall Tech are the only ones kind of practicing together, and it's a good strategy. I mean, a race this long, it might not hurt to have a friend on the track.
Yeah, I think teamwork's going to be something that is going to be a little bit low-key, but probably really important to the races here. I know some of these teams are going to be communicating to each other, and specifically with the TRVM team, a lot of these guys are solo drives, so there won't be driver swaps or anything of the sort. It'll just be these guys on track the whole 4 hours, and we'll see what they can conjure up in terms of maybe holding some faster people up from behind them, or sharing a little bit of slipstream or pace, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is there's so many turns in this track, it's going to be hard to stay very close together, but if you can just get near each other at the beginning of any of these long straights, you've got a big advantage working at a little bump drafting strategy here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that. I know these two guys both have experience in Venus's F4 League, and that was something occasionally we would pull out, from the handbag as a little bit of a bump draft. So maybe they're looking to do it. They might even be practicing that now as they come onto the back street. So we'll see if that's the route that they're taking here. These two also quite similar on pace for their race pace, but also their quali laps. Only like, I think, there's that 4/10 between each other for their quali laps.
They're
be right quite close. No, you're all good. While I am unhinged and by myself, I just want to say that TRXVM on top, Base Cannon, Tall Tech, Java, and I believe Josh Fulton as well are all part of the team. Got to show a little VM spirit today. So if you're looking for anybody to root for, who's maybe not going into the wall, you can support all of them but Tall Tech. Because I will say from experience, especially in that Lux, that last sector is absolute death trying to go flat out. I don't think I did a single lap where it didn't catch me out. So we'll see how the drivers fare with that today, as we're on here with Daniel going down into Bergwerk in the Aero V10, which is the Audi, obviously. Quite a nice livery from him. Finishing up it'll be his final lap here. Garrido dipping into the pits with the nice zebra print. Not too bad looking. I know Garrido's somebody who's going to be out here. He's going to be very, very rapid on pace. His team qualifying second, so that'll also be another team to look out for. Cameron saying the Lux is slightly overweight. We don't judge, but yes, the Lux is quite heavy, and it's definitely going to need to be holding a lot of that fuel, in the first stint. I think a lot of these teams are going to be trying to go heavy on their first stint instead of light. So we'll see how the tire wear goes with that as well. I'm not sure how many people have really practiced tire wear for long stints today. I'm not sure who has and who hasn't. But Daniel here going through, I believe that's the first carousel, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. And James Quinn looking to get a little bit of tire warm up here. Coming out in overtime. I'm not sure if he's just looking to get more practice in the beginning of the track. Looks like he ran just slightly wide there.
Alright, and I'm back.
Welcome. Totally didn't spread any VM propaganda while you were gone.
That's what you're here for. So I did.
You know why?
I did change over to the tire settings already, so we should be good there. Obviously, loses our ability to jump between racer and racer for a few moments here, but.
Gotcha. Oh yes. Probably good that you remembered that, because I forgot to tell you.
It's still letting me. How about that?
Can you still switch?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, looks like somebody was spinning off there for a second. Might have been James. Not sure.
I'm gonna say yes because he just teleported back to the pits. But hey, well,
yeah, he's put in the pits. So.
Daniel Marco there. So the
Absolutely.
problem is
Now,
I don't know the liveries well enough really to know the racers, so we're gonna have to use the numbers a little bit. I don't know if you can see them. I can make them out, but
yeah, we'll do what we can. You know, we probably will struggle, but it'll be what it is. Like I was saying earlier, though, and I've already seen just in this beginning part of the race, like of the practice session, some of these liveries are amazing. I mean, so many of these just look extremely good on track. This Audi being one of those. I mean, look at just the print and the color is just so vibrant. The sponsor is well placed. It looks really good.
Potato, is it just my voice? It's low. I can make it a little louder. But... Or unless this is better. Oh, no. Buggy is still okay, hang on.
Yeah.
We'll booster.
So,
is that better?
well, I say said stream in general is very quiet. Could we bump up the volume of the
I have ours kind of all the way up, so if I boost up the game volume, we're going to lose our volume a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Oh, good. Then probably only so much we can do.
Yeah. Someone give us a final verdict here. Where are we at?
We need a democracy in chat.
Yeah.
For the stream volumes before we get into the race.
Alright. Razor, we can't turn up the game audio more without losing the broadcast stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah, our voice is already all the way up, unfortunately, so we can't gain much more. I can gain my personal mic more, but I think, like you said, you're at 100%, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. Is the balance good between the voice and the game? Well, now it's, of course, no one wants to be on the freaking track. There you go, Clutch Russ, helping us out.
Look at him. Oh, man. Beautiful, beautiful livery by Clutch as well. That's quite nice.
Now. Alright, well, we're just going to roll with this then.
Chad's saying it's fine. I think we listen to Chad. You know, I think Chad's probably based in his assessment.
Yeah, it's a solid name. We'll go with Chad's advice.
Yeah. I like Chad.
Give the dog a
fish
treat.
is saying give the dog.
There's two of them. The menaces. Yeah, at some point my wife is going to get back from where she's going, and dogs are going to go nuts, so apologies in advance to everybody going to be watching.
Hey,
that.
all good.
Ooh,
The dogs
looks
needed
like
a feature in the 4 hour.
We're officially in overtime. I do feel bad for these guys whose pit boxes are like next to the broadcast
right
car.
next to us.
Should we move? Well, I guess we can't. I can't. You can.
No, we'll be okay. Yeah, we can move, but collisions are off in pit lane, thankfully.
All right, so that'll be good
okay.
there.
Yeah, this is really just the FAA, scrutinizing these guys, make sure everything's legal.
Yeah, let's take a little look through the grid here. I don't know that everybody's got the liveries they were meant to, but man, they do got some fancy ones.
Yeah, they really popped out for the 4 hour, no doubt.
We'll put driver names on for a moment so we can really take a look at who we're dealing with. Squeeze our way through the transit van here. Great job there from Speed Bump and Cameron with all the TRVM race team ones.
Yeah, Smap. Oh,
that's cool.
Now that might be a contender for favorite for me.
Yeah.
That is a
a
little
Marco's
throwback
name on it, too?
to.
No, I don't see that one.
Let's see, Swag on the side.
Yeah,
Solid
wow.
name.
That's very nice.
Very
a lot of
solid
these are
livery.
pretty
And,
sweet.
Yeah, so many of these, man. I would love to see more bright stuff like this. So
Hey,
many
money
guys
shifts back.
incorporating the rims. Money shift? Yeah.
We had them at the last endurance event. It's always nice to see that one back here.
Solid, solid.
This one.
Classic Beamer livery, not bad. Very realistic.
One of the Kunos ones. 5-minute countdown to the race.
Oh man. Lightning McQueen there right before they all disappeared. That was quite interesting. I've heard word we were supposed to have a Chick Hicks. I believe the server is now resetting to get into.
Yeah. It's just loading up. So I gotta wait for. There she goes. Now everybody's back here. Where is the grid?
Got word that we're supposed to be Chick Hicks, and also I believe I'm supposed to be with the grid, but I'm not.
You are, all the way in the back there, so you might have to let the grid catch up.
No, I'm in the pit lane on my screen. I'm pit lane.
Oh yeah, I saw you in the pit. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Let me see.
If I'll be allowed to actually field the field to the line. They might have to just go without your boy, which that would be sad. I wonder if I can reverse out and make it there in 3 minutes.
Well, this is a shame.
I'm not sure.
I can't move this. The cut warnings of the long pit thing that just popped up, it seems.
Oh no.
So it's going to be mildly unfortunate. Yes, I can't. It won't let me click it.
Oh. Is it driver specific at least?
Try opening the RP settings.
Oh, Cameron says maybe, RP settings. Yeah, I could move out of the pit lane, but I'd be scared to mess something up. I don't want to cause an issue.
Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, I see what's going on. Alright. I'm with it now. Thank you. Whoever.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll just do all this.
Yeah. If I drive the wrong way, I may get kicked. So that is unfortunate.
All right, and then now real time setting. I need that one too. Well, at least we got a couple of minutes here. I don't know how you're going to be able to get over to these guys, but you know.
Yeah, I think we're just running no safety car. I think we're gonna let the grid figure it out, which may cause more or less chaos. That's yet to be figured out. But
there we go. We hit them. Beautiful. We're so good. All right. This is definitely going to be interesting to see how that goes. But a minute and 42 seconds left. Took us long enough to get that sorted. We've got my line up front, El Garito, Dimitri, missing one, so that's always dangerous. Speed bump, Jawa, missing another. Marco, Victor, Alec, Taltek, Base Cannon, Yosarian, Owl, Nico, Roni, Logan, Clutch, Purple, missing what looks like 3, and Daniel, Allen, Obama, Homan, missing I think another 3, and Josh, Nick, missing 2, Quinn, missing 1, and Cesari. So, going to be very interesting. Did you have that one setting turned off on CSP by the chance?
Yes, I turned it off before we loaded in, so I'm not sure.
The Owl is actually
I don't know.
James at the moment.
If I leave and come back, it might fix it, but I don't want to cause an issue.
Oh, you got 30 seconds. Yeah. I mean, they're gonna have to drive.
I'm down to try it.
Well, they're gonna have to drive up to you. Oh, looks like left anyway. Did you?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot here.
Yeah, you might as well. You got until they make it all the way up to the front of the grid. I would say at this point.
Yeah, I've turned it.
Just
I've turned it on and back off again, so we'll see if that fixes it.
Yeah.
No, I'm handshaked at this point. I think it's locked.
I mean, you
Double
have a
check.
spot. We'll see.
Yeah. No, it's closed to new connections at this point. So
Oh,
just let the lights go out, and
we'll
will
see
just
how these
follow
guys
them as
do.
they
It's
make
all
their
right.
way to
So
the grid.
Milan will be in charge, given we had some issues with the safety card procedures. Looks like the grid's doing a decent job of everybody sticking together. I'm sure these gaps are going to cause a little bit of confusion as people are going to try and hold those gaps the best they can. Man, these cars do not like going slow. Do you hear that?
Yeah, they are. I'm sure everybody here is desperately just watching that safety car limiter on the side of their screen, trying to make sure that they don't speed before the line here.
Yep.
Man, and look at that gap to the second pack.
Oh.
That's gonna be unfortunate for those. Oh,
Speaking of
somebody's
unfortunate, already it looks like
spun
Contact,
already,
Project
yeah.
Purple, and Clutch Russ. So Clutch going to try and get back up to their spot as we get closer and closer
Maybe.
to the front straight. It's going to be tricky for them to do so.
I don't know if they'll be able to without breaking the limit, but these guys are about to go across the line, and we are about to begin
As we see that
4
pit
hours of
limiter
what's gonna be
currently on. Oh,
craziness. Oh, it seems somebody may have sped,
and
but they have the green
we
flag
go.
and they're off.
The green flag is definitely waved. We see all the racers kind of battling down. A couple of 3 wides going in the back. A few network connectivity issues I can see, but thankfully nobody. Oh, I was going to say making contact, and we have our first little bit of chaos, and second on the back half of the S. Everybody trying to
Oh,
just
and look at
keep
that into
moving.
the second part of the chicane. Oof.
As Alan
A
has
little
got
bit of
some
chaos
scorching
there.
tires. Same with Home On, just kind of waiting for Alan to rejoin. And Josh Fulton seems to be another one of the racers that got caught up in the chaos. Let's jump back up to the front of the pack. Milan has kind of broken free away from anything too crazy as we see the rest of the grid barreling down in these GTMs, looking to make their way on to the actual circuit as soon as possible. I'm going to keep ending up with
definitely
Josh.
have to. Yeah, I mean, he seems to be the center of attention. Somebody, maybe a little bit of network there flying across the grass. This is going to be those opening parts of the race are just going to be crucial. You know, a lot of these guys are going to have to remember that this is a marathon and not a sprint. You know, so those positions gained on first lap aren't always going to be as important as they are in shorter races. There.
It does seem like
Connectivity.
Project Purple, sorry to interrupt, is the one that's having a little bit of these network issues. Thankfully, I believe we have a setting on the server today that makes it so there won't be any contact. I think it ghosts the car if it has too much network connectivity issues, so that should help. Purple tries to go in for a move there, is not able to get by. Clutch Rush looking to join the charge back onto the main part of the surface.
Yeah, we
Whoa!
talked about this,
Just saw Purple go flying for a minute there.
almost. Thankfully, this is not real life, and they are not flying IRL. But looks like Clutch Rush looking to gain his positions back from that early spin. I'm not sure if we actually caught what happened there. If there was contact, or maybe it was a curve or something like that.
There was a little bit of contact with Project Purple, the car that actually seems to be having those network issues. So it might have been before the network issues were triggered. As we see, Nigo has been spun out. It's going to be in an interesting spot. Tough to rejoin. He's got a moment here, but that's going to be tricky. As Obama and Barker able to react pretty well and keep everybody moving forward on the grid. Looks like we got a little almost side-by-side action. As, Nick Cruz gets passed by Project Purple. I see what's happening. Project Purple is a little bit all over the place in the markers. But speaking of side-by-side, Clutch Russ does want to give us something to watch. So going head-to-head with Markov and going for a real late dive. Ooh.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that late braking there. Wasn't sure if he was going to make the corner, and he just seemed to hook himself up there on the brakes a little bit. And looking to gain one, he lost two there. So.
Certainly got a little close. We see the Owl leading the back of this pack, kind of rounding out the top 10, even though I know he's P11. But doing a good job sticking together. Yeah, I know. The rainbow car is definitely adding some stress to what we're seeing, but thankfully that's not what they're dealing with. We see the Lightning McQueen car is under fire. Cesare looking to make moves on Rusty's own racing car.
Trailing the back of him here. I was gonna say maybe looking for a move here, and there's contact already.
And that's in a tricky spot. These racers are gonna have to get creative to get through, which they all do. Cesare gets himself in a better position to get moving, and kind of has to, as he's got company. And that leaves Lightning McQueen falling all the way back now. Logan Edward looking to hold off Obama if he can, and gets moving through Callan hard. So probably not what he was looking to have happen in that early part of the race. But 4 hours to go. I think he's going to be okay to keep moving.
Yeah, as long as these drivers can limit these contacts and stay away from a lot of that damage, you know, that we have today, it's going to be crucial. I know from what I've heard so far, you know, the suspension damage is always going to be a problem, but I've heard popping the tires is a real danger around here. So if you get something like that, especially in such a middle part of the lap, it's going to be a little bit dangerous.
Absolutely. We got a couple buddies battling it out here for a moment. Speed Bump and Jawa very familiar with each other on the track, both very top tier racers. This is going to be an early battle that I know neither one is going to want to let up on. They both know it's a 4-hour race. They know they're going to have plenty of opportunities, but they're trying to set the tone early. Jawa currently leading the VMTSR race team. We do have Haas, Base Cannon, and Tall Tech close behind. Fulton suffering a little bit of issues at the beginning. He's currently sitting P17, but trying to get moving.
Absolutely. We saw there through the carousel, Speed Bump had just a little bit more speed carried through than Jawa, it seemed, as they come up into a very technical sector. You know, there's going to be a couple of opportunities for these drivers to go back and forth. We'll see what happens. At this point, the car is absolutely laden down with fuel. Everybody's running heavy. Everybody's trying to avoid those first lap incidents, as we've seen a couple of those already. But these two going at it like they have about 20 minutes left for the last lap. And as you can see there, we actually have is that Marco starting to close up to the back of these two.
Yeah, he is eating up this battle. He's very happy with what's going on in front of him. Definitely making the most of this opportunity, as he's going to get himself right into the mix any moment now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be one of those races of attrition, you know, where it's going to be all about capitalizing on those mistakes and waiting for those battles in front of you to unfold and unravel, as we've seen already. You know, Marco's in a prime position to see that happen. Oh! And unfortunately, it looks like a bit of a commentator's curse as he's into the wall.
And this is a high-speed section. It's going to be really dangerous to rejoin here. He's going to have to try and get straight on the grass. I'll get moving now. Here we go. This is going to be the tricky part. Can these guys steer clear? Whoo! Real close flyby there at first. He's able to get back on. He's got a few more cars coming in. Again, they're going to be really ripping through, but they slow up and let Marco rejoin. So he falls to P14. One of the guys who passed him, Clutch Russ, now making his way into P13, having a hell of a race considering what happened on that starting lap. So big moves there for Clutch Russ. Bigger moves coming for Marco as he gets past Cesare and begins his climb back up to the leaderboard.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do in terms of recovery. I know we talked about Clutch Russ. I mean, he's on a recovery drive in this first part of the race, and I've got to say he's doing quite well. He's going to be looking at battle in top 3, I'm sure, anytime. But Cesare here moving past Marco on the back straight, but they call this a little bit of a... It is very long. They call this the 300-kilometer game of chess. As they move on, you know, you don't want to pass too early, because as you can see here, Marco already looking to pass Cesare into this section again. We'll see if they decide to stay side by side here.
They do not to start
Just
things
backs
off.
out.
And Cesare is going to get the move for free.
Absolutely, but Marco's going to be looking to take that back at the earliest opportunity. You know, I'm sure he's ruining that mistake behind who's that Jawa and Speed Bump.
Yeah, we do see a little late break going on from Clutch Russ, still trying to work his way back into the top 10. Gives a little bit of a nudge to Daniel, but he did leave the space. I think that's just be chalked up to a racing incident there.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like, if anything, Daniel might have been just a little bit deep on the brakes, maybe focused a little bit more on the car beside him than on the braking point coming up. But like we said, the cars are heavy. You know, mistakes are going to be plentiful in the beginning part of this race. As we move to El Garrido.
I noticed he actually has a chance here. We're only 10 minutes into the event here, but this is the first we've seen anyone put pressure on Milan. So El Garrido must have had a really strong end to his first lap and is looking to make things interesting here.
Absolutely, and from everything I've seen from both of these drivers, they are deadly on track. Most specifically, El Garrido, who I've raced with, you know, quite recently. I mean, he is just ruthless when he's really feeling the car, and I think at this point we can say he probably is, as he's looking to catch up to the back of Milan and try to put a move on somewhere in this lap.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the rest of the grid needs, because this is going to give Dimitri a chance to catch up, and if the three of these guys end up battling for an entire lap, Speed's going to carry everybody right back up into this thing. So this could be the big moment that they're waiting for, and it's coming early, so we don't really know how this is going to play out throughout the rest of the 4 hours, but it'll keep things interesting unless these guys decide to work together.
We will see what they do. I mean, it's always a possibility that they are, you know, in cahoots, deciding to put the head down, maybe a little bit of bump draft, you know, letting the other guy stay in front to leave the pack behind them, because that would be in their best interest. But I'm sure, as you and I both know, Garrido just has a snap of oversteer on the brakes.
A little bit too ambitious, and now has to pass it off to Dimitri to go on the chase. And he's getting a little nervous here.
Was unfortunate.
He's got to just take his
Makes
time.
it back on. Yeah, we'll definitely have to be careful about another incident. You know, a slide like that at this weight is definitely going to heat the tires to, you know, insane amounts. And we saw Dimitri move past Garrido there on the mistake. And we'll see what happens, because Dimitri's not one we've talked about much this race, but we know Dimitri to be quite fast around the Nordschleife, from what I've heard from the other racers as well. So that could be a deadly threat for Milan as he's trying to defend the lead.
Of deadly threats, Markov finding himself under heavy fire from Cesare. Cesare has definitely been involved in a good amount of these head-to-head battles here, keeping it interesting for us in the broadcast booth.
Absolutely. It seems like these two are pretty matched in pace. And he edges right up to the back of Daniel. He now tries to put his nose on the outside here. They are going at it, like we said, like it is the final lap, and they've got about 5 minutes left in this race.
It is nice to see all these guys looking for
the outside.
every position, and yeah, that was a smooth one. Manages to hold the grip. I think Markov backed out just a little bit because he saw that move coming, and manages to keep both racers going for this endurance event. Gonna look around at some other gaps as Clutch Russ trying to make moves one more time. The Owl I'm showing in P11. Oh, but it does show as ahead. Interesting. Does seem to be something different from the live timings board versus what we're seeing here on the broadcast. Who is the odd one out?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I'm not sure. Like we said, I'm not sure about the liveries and who is who.
For some reason, Speed Bump is not showing on the live timings board as in that Speed bump's not showing on the live timings board at all.
Are you sure? I see speed on the P4.
No, on the website live timing board. So that's why I think it's confusing people. But hey, we can see him here in the standings. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and we saw there just a second ago that Clutch got a little deep on the brakes into the back of. Are we sure that this is the owl in front of him?
This is the owl in front of him. Our standings are correct.
All right, understood. Yeah, it looks like he went in the back of the owl there. Fortunately, no serious spins from either one of them. They managed to hang on and keep that relatively clean given the circumstances. We're here with Roni on the back of Nigo E36.
It looked like Roni was going to have a chance, but I think Roni may have actually just been passed by Nigo, who we did see have a spin earlier. So I'm going to assume he's working his way back up the pace right now. Plenty of time to do so. Do we know roughly how long it's going to be until we start to see the first wave of pit stops?
From the information that I was able to gather, I think it's going to be anywhere between 7 to 9 laps before we see our first pit stop, if I'm not mistaken. I think most guys are shooting to be around 8 or 9 laps of fuel, possibly a little bit more.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, we'll have a little bit of time here before we see our first set of pits. So this first stint, you know, given the required pits, these stints are going to be quite long for these drivers.
Absolutely. Now we do see Victor here applying the pressure to I want to say Alex Sampson. It's in the team money shift, so it's going to be very interesting to see if he can make a move here as they get closer and closer to the long straightaway. He just needs to be within that half-second range. We do see Cesare applying the pressure to Clutch Russ a little further down the leaderboard, so we're going to jump over to that for just a moment, as we've seen these two battle it out before.
Just sniffing the rear of Clutch Russ here. I mean, he's looking for a position. Do you think he wants to take it before the straight here? Do you think he thinks that he has the pace to lead?
Well, you called it the 300-kilometer-an-hour chess match, and they call it that for a reason. I mean, you don't want to be the car in front too early on. So if he's going to make a move, you better kind of let up and let Clutch Russ get back by him with enough time to draft through. It's going to be tricky, but it seems like he's thinking about it already, or at least wants to fake a move or two here.
Yeah, he definitely wants to be in the mirror of Clutch Russ, and I think the owl here as well is going to be throwing a little bit of an interesting loop into the mix here. He's not quite close enough to give Clutch Russ Slipstream, but will Cesare be able to pass Clutch Russ and pack onto the owl Slipstream with the overspeed? We'll see.
He
Seems like
seems...
Clutch Russ may have just gotten a little bit of a better exit out of that last corner.
And currently Cesare about 278, Clutch Russ 285. So Clutch Russ going to safely move past a little bit, or move away and get moving. We do see Josh Fulton a little further back. He's going to look for a chance on the Rusty's Racer, as I think Logan may have just gotten by him, but Josh finding himself in the Slipstream, going to try and make something happen in these next couple corners.
And you see Josh flat out, so not lifting, trying to stay behind at this point.
Oh, hang on a
looking
minute.
for his...
Yossarian going through the pits. Does he have a drive-through? No, this is going to be a legitimate pit stop from Yossarian, so an interesting strategy that we haven't seen before. Oops, seems to have overshot a little bit too, so that'll cost whatever that strategy was. Let me jump back to Fulton.
Yeah, looks like Josh Fulton didn't get to make that move off on Logan Edward. Logan Edward doing a good job to try and stay in front there. And through you know, the GP section of the circuit, it's made for racing. You know, it's made for the side-by-side, so maybe there will be an opportunity for Josh Fulton there.
Both racers taking that one as far wide as they possibly can. But looks like Edward does get a little bit of a better exit, and Josh will have to get a little creative before he finds himself in the next drafting opportunity. A little further up the board, we do see Clutch Russ has been passed by Cesare. He finds himself a little bit off the pace, although Cesare possibly picking up a track cut violation there. that time around. We do see plenty of racers picking up track up violations as they come to the end of their laps, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they'll definitely have to be careful. They've only got 6 cuts on track before they receive the drive-through penalty. And as I'm sure a lot of people know, via the Nordschleife, there are not many places you can cut and actually gain much time. So, you'll be taking the penalty of time, for going off track, getting in the grass, trying to avoid a spin, but also if you get too many, you'll be driving through the pits as well.
Yeah, not something you want to deal with. And right now, Cesare seems to be something that these racers don't want to deal with either. He's currently worked his way all the way up to P11 and is not quite happy enough there as he is putting the pressure on the Owl.
Absolutely. It seems that Cesare has some serious pace in hand, and now that he's gone past the clutch, he's looking to be inside that top 10 for the opening part of this race here. Hang on very nicely through the back of flood flats, making sure he doesn't drift too wide. I think there's going to be a possible opportunity if he can get a little bit closer with the slipstream throughout.
Yeah, Cesare is getting pretty close to making a move. We've seen him go for these late break opportunities, but he chooses them wisely. That 144 car is quick, and the Lamborghini pretty fast, but not the best with a late break, so the fact that that's where he's pulling off all his moves really speaks to his control.
Absolutely, he just seems to have that feel for the brake pedal going into these big braking zones, and he seems to have that racecraft to know when to do it. As you can see here, and then nip up the inside.
And that's going to be enough to throw Owl off. Yep. He was not used to taking that full inside lane around the turn, and that gives Cesare a chance to thrive. Blows right by him, and already out of drafting range now on a 14-second chase to P9. I believe that's going to be Victor Gorecki, who's currently in his own battle.
We've seen so far, that doesn't seem to be too much of a tall order from Cesare, and that was an absolutely beautiful move down the inside there.
And that seems to be his area, because he had that other pass around the outside a little earlier, I want to say 1 lap ago. So Cesare using that corner to his advantage, or just that little section there.
Yeah, as we go up into here with Yossarian chasing Marco. Marco we saw have some serious pace earlier on, but unfortunately had that spin that dropped him down to where we are now, P20 and 21. Yossarian trying to stick to the back of Marco. Marco seemed to be a little bit stronger through that sector. Do you think that could be based on the car? Do you think the Beamer is it's there, just maybe a difference in pace or feel?
I feel like it's probably a difference in pace. Typically the BMW, it's got some pretty good grip through corners. That's where it strives. It's not known for being as fast as the Audi outright in a straightaway. So I'm going to go with it's a bit of a pace difference there. Because we've seen these BMWs get moved around pretty well. It is unfortunate that they are all marked with the RSS logo, but I'd be curious to see exactly where the grid stays up. For our viewers, the top 3 are all currently in the Bayer V8. We've got the next 3 are all in the Lux, and then we've got Victor in the Lanzo, Alec in the Bayer. It's a very interesting spread throughout the grid.
Absolutely, and just going back to those qualifying positions real quick, I think we have 1, 2, 3, looks like 3 Bayers in a row. We're in the top 3 there, with Milan, the Potato Yash group, and Dimitri as well, all in the Bayer for their qualifying times. I mean, those 3 in the top 3, it's got to be saying something.
We're going to try to watch the rainbow car for a moment here. Let's see if it bounces back on. There it goes. Because he is in a little battle with Josh Fulton. Maybe we'll watch from Josh's perspective and just try and keep tabs every time that car pops back up behind him. It's got to be terrifying.
Yeah, I know Josh is probably not the biggest fan of having a car that maybe has a couple of ping issues, such as we see it sinking into the ground for the carousel. You do want to dip down into the carousel, but not that much. I
Yeah,
think that might be a little bit too much.
just
As you see, like
continually
a plane.
taking off. Yeah, I mean, Josh is going to be at least working a little bit harder here to try and get away if he can. Ooh, we do see a little bit of a crash up in front of Josh. Roney gets hit or gets into a tangle with Logan Edward, falls back enough that Josh Fulton's going to have a chance. And maybe Project Purple, depending on where he is. Hard to tell.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, and Josh Fulton, oh, just into the grass with the oversteer, and it looks like he probably did collide with the glider of Project Purple there.
I genuinely
Josh.
can't tell, but Josh getting back on the track, back on the hunt. Looks like Project Purple didn't take any outright damage, so he'll be able to keep moving. Yossarian and Marco Hertz having a regular ping battle of their own, so why don't we watch this one for a moment, see
Yeah, I think
what
this one would be a little
is
bit easier
happening.
to keep some tabs on here. We saw Yossarian with a little bit of a gap to Marco earlier, but now he's closed right up through this section. I mean, personally, I don't know how much you've ran the Nürburgring, but I will say, you know, from a driver's perspective, and I'm sure you know, this is one of the greatest parts of the section, of the track. You know, everybody says the car feels more alive through that sector. It's a real driver's sector.
Yeah, once you find the flow, you can really feel the car bounce around through here, and you can feel it on edge, and I think this is where a lot of drivers can excel. Currently, it looks like Marco having a little bit of an issue with it. Gives Yossarian an opportunity, but again, with that 300-km/h chess match coming up, does he want to take it?
Yeah, you have to be very picky with your opportunities here. I mean, it's in Yossarian's best interest to get past Marco as soon as he can, but that back straight is just so deadly. It's clear Marco has the pace, even with the mistake, being able to hold on to it, not overreact, and stay ahead of Yossarian. But not necessarily to Marco's advantage down this straight. We will see how the setups are different in their drag as they move past here. Can't quite tell who that is.
That's going to be Josh Fulton, yep, involved in a nice three-way drag.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's being able to hang on against Marco, but he folded to Yossarian. That'll be in Yossarian's favor for sure.
Ooh, and Clutch Rush given a 15-second penalty for speeding into the pit lane. That's going to be huge as he was working his way up the board pretty good. So we're about half an hour in here. We're starting to see a few pit stops come together. Daniel Markov, drive-through taken. Oh, so we might be seeing guys take their drive-through penalties.
Yeah, it may come to that point. Looks like Clutch Rush also took the drive-through. I'm not sure if that was for speeding or for track cuts.
That would be for track cuts. The speeding penalty is kind of locked in as that 15-second added to your overall time.
Yeah, you can see.
Oh, Josh
here.
going for a big dive and gets it. Marco a little hesitant, worries about if Josh is going to be able to hold it off. Brakes for impact, but it doesn't come. Potato track cut penalty already. Yeah, we do have a couple people getting track cut penalties already. I mean, they are pushing very hard to catch up to these guys ahead of them, so it's going to be a little bit of self-inflicted wounds, unfortunately. You got to be very careful in how you're driving. Now, us here in the safety van, we don't currently have any track cuts, so just want to confirm we're doing great.
And our pace, it seems to be working with the top three as well, so
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be up there in a little bit. Speaking of the top three, I know these two are locked in a battle, but Milan and Dimitri pulling away like 9 seconds from Garrido. It seems like they've almost created their own pack up front here, even with Dimitri not being extremely close to Milan.
Yeah.
I mean, the gap is one of the bigger ones on the board here.
I will say that 9 seconds is all from the spin, because on that last lap, all three racers with an 8:10. 8 minute 10 seconds, 2 from Milan, 1 from Dimitri, and 5 from Garrido. So they're holding pace together. I think Garrido's going to need to put the pressure on, though, because he's got to make up for his sins still.
Absolutely, and I think it'll bring them all close together once these pit stops and penalties play out. Dimitri, a driver that I've wanted to talk about here, but haven't really had the opportunity. Um, from what as you can see here on the board, carrying 30 kg of ballast for this race and driving decidedly in second, looking for first.
That is crazy. I don't even think I realized that. I did not. I didn't see that. That's insane. So yeah, 30 kg ballast for this driver alone. That speaks volumes to his pace if he's still holding on this well and slowly catching up. To be honest.
Yeah, from what I've been told from some of the races here, Dimitri is a little bit of a weapon at the Nordschleife. So it will be interesting to see. Milan by no means a bad driver. Milan, one of the best drivers I've ever personally seen. It'll be really interesting if these two start coming to blows in what seems like it's going to be the first half of the race.
Dimitri asked for the ballast himself. Wow.
Wow.
That
I mean,
that speaks volumes, man. Good for
yeah,
him. He knows exactly the caliber of driver he is. He saw the top times throughout the practice sessions and figured, all right, 30 kg, and we'll have a good fight. And a good fight we do have as he is clinging on to the back of Milan, but we'll give them some time to work that out. 3 seconds, a pit strategy difference could be really all you need there. So very interesting to see what happens. Josh Fulton getting a little close to the back of Barker, wasn't able to make the move, so going to have to regroup and try and catch back up. Seems to be a little off the pace on that 8:52 with the previous lap, really trying to push hard and gain that time back this time around. We see a wide spread of lap times here today on the Norge.
yeah, and those spins and those mistakes definitely won't help these drivers. I believe that 8:52 was during Josh's mistake, so we'll see if he can put together a clean lap here for a couple of laps. He could very well find himself, higher in the leaderboard. We said earlier, this is going to be a race of attrition. Who can make the least amount of mistakes? Who can keep their head in it? And we spoke about the race pace being a little bit slower than what was predicted for some of these drivers, and I think that that's going to come to fruition here as we switch over to Logan Edwards.
Yeah, sorry, we're just switching over. I saw he had a couple bump ups with the environment. Wanted to see if he was still moving along, which he is, and he has lost his drafting position to Clutch Russ up in front. So he'll be fighting in the Akuro to catch up, if possible. Both those cars evenly matched because Clutch Russ is also driving the Akuro as he tries to chase down Markov up in front.
Absolutely. We've seen Markov in quite a few battles so far this race, including Clutch Russ. And again, I think we saw these two together earlier in the race. They seem to be quite matched. So this will be an interesting battle if it comes to fruition here down through the carousel. Clutch Russ and Markov both carrying great speed through there.
And they are certainly setting the tone here at the Nord. Let's see just how far behind some of the rest of the grid is. As I believe that's Nigo right behind them, or sorry, Edward right behind them. Project Purple going into the ground as Roni follows us here. So little bits of gaps all over the place. That's Yossarian trying to chase down Roni. And a little bit more of one. Speed Bump, Jama, and Base Cannon having a moment. Let's see what that moment is. Oop. As Speed Bump seems to have fallen off of the moment. Not sure exactly what we missed. He might have gone off the track a little bit. As Jawa and Base Cannon seem to be chasing each other down. Lexuses are not slow. No, the Luxes are all right there. Speed Bump currently 3.5 seconds back. Is going to have to try and get to these guys where he can. Tall Tech, on the other hand, though, looking for a move on Victor through Dottinger. Speed Bump and Jawa just both went off, is what they said. So, unfortunately, we don't have the footage of that one here.
Racing hard, these guys, they all looking for, potentially a spot in the top 5, especially between Base Cannon, Jawa, and Speed Bump, there's some decent positions to be gained there. Taltek looking for his P7 up against Victor here. Let's see what he can make on the GP part of the layout here. Taltek in the Lux.
Yeah, and that lands out just so fast right out of the gate there. He actually was able to get away down this straightaway, so not going to be able to help too much yet. I think Clutch Russ had a little bit of an incident there, slight crash to the environment, and Edwards will go by. We're going to jump around a little bit here, guys. Apologies in advance because we're going to try and keep up, but Jawa looking for a move where he can find one on Base Cannon. At the same time, Yossarian is looking for one on Roni. I don't want to miss a pass up here in the top 5, though. It might not come as this one. Ooh, it's going to get sorted on the straight. So I see Jawa backing off a little bit. Gives me some comfort that we'll be able to watch these guys and see who comes out on top. I know Roni's going to try and stick within the drafting range, but I don't think it's going to be to his advantage. These guys are topped out already, pretty early in the straight.
Absolutely, and I mean, that looks to me like it probably is a result of some low drag there because Roni just not pulling back on Yossarian in the slipstream there. So neither one of those guys punching quite a big hole in the air for the other. Back to Jawa on Base Cannon here, closing up, going into the S's here.
Yeah, it did look like Roni gonna stay in front of Yossarian through that section, and that fight will continue. Jawa now looking still for that position on base as they head back out in to the greater Nords. You can see that sun is starting to get closer and closer to an uncomfortable angle for these guys. Going to be curious to see how that affects lap times because it really does turn some of these corners into blind ones.
Yeah, absolutely, and we don't know which drivers. Oh, was Base having a little bit of a mistake. Jawa squeezes right through, kept it clean, was waiting for the opportunity, and he took it, but Base going to be looking to switch that back at any point that he sees fit. As we were saying, the lights actually now coming on as well as they make it onto the Nord. And yeah, I mean, the sun, as it goes down, we'll see what drivers were using those shadows as braking markers. I know you're not supposed to, but sometimes you just can't help it when you feel the shadow is so consistent and it's in a good spot for you. But as the time changes, as you can see, this whole straight now covered in the shadow of the trees. So we'll see how things change once we dip into the evening and the nighttime.
Yeah, and
like
once again, it's going to be a little dark. We're just forewarning you guys, but these cars do have some LEDs on them. We should be able to keep a better eye on them overall, especially when they're battling like this. They do tend to actually light each other up.
Absolutely. Looks like Yossarian and Roni as well are going back and forth. Yossarian just moved past Roni. Now Roni past Yossarian.
They're having a little bit of a battle there. Let's see if we can jump into this head-to-head action as Alan finds himself in front of Marco. Oh, I seem to have jumped onto the wrong battle, but hey, it's a good fight nonetheless.
Absolutely. Now Marco here looks like he's struggling for a bit of pace. I don't know if he's maybe taking a stop or if he is genuinely down in 20 right now. You know, he was high up there. He's P6 in qualifying. But come the race, he's had a couple of moments. Not sure if those tires are on the way out or if maybe, you know, there's a little bit of damage to that car that's making him struggle.
Yeah, now I will say Marco has not done an official pit stop yet, so he hasn't gotten new fuel or tires or anything. I don't know if he's done the drive-through just yet. Oh, and it sounds like we have El Garito, one of the first drivers to start complaining about glare down certain sections of the track. So, as predicted, that is starting to have a little bit of an effect as these guys are really fighting here. Marco looking for a way through. Alan Barker not making it easy. Oh, and that's going to be a big collision.
Oh,
no.
no.
Yossarian had spun. Marco cleverly on the brakes, manages to keep himself out of any serious danger. But that's going to be a huge battle as we see, who's that? Josh Fulton taking advantage of that. Manages to get by Barker, who's a little bit off pace, probably shook up from the fact that he just had that big collision with Yossarian.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely huge, and it was good on Marco to get on the brakes there to avoid you know, whatever that was up in front there.
Yeah, we'll take a look over at Usarian. Obviously, his tire's a little bit warm, so it's going to be hard for him to get back on pace. Looking around the car, I know we have limited damage going on, so it doesn't look like anything on the outside is too brutal. I cannot speak for where his suspension is at, but I will say those tires are going to be brutal. And this is a tough section to have hot tires. Let's see. Yep.
Oh, yep. Right as you say it, just drifting a little bit wide in the grass, and that is a big hit from Usarian. I wonder if there's maybe suspension damage at this point.
Yeah, he's
that was
definitely
quite a smack into the wall.
He's going to be looking to get back into pits. Let's see if we can jump on with him, see a little bit of what he has to do to this wheel. Oh, yeah, that is not good.
Some serious suspension damage for Usarian.
Yeah, that is never what you want to see. This is going to be a tricky lap for him to make it all the way around, but he is still pushing. We'll see how long it takes to fix that sort of damage. That's going to be a huge blow to the race, but with where he's at and with where the rest of that bottom part of the grid is, he can still find himself in the top 20 by the end of the event. He's just got to keep pushing. I know that doesn't sound like much, but there's 3 hours left to go. That top 20 can become the top 10. Everybody is subject to a little bit of chaos here on the Nords.
Absolutely, and like you said, you know, there's 3 hours still to go, and I've got to be honest, I feel like we've been racing for about 10 minutes, because these guys are just back and forth everywhere on the track. 25 drivers, and it seems like everywhere you look, there's some battle going on between somebody. As we see Logan here dipping into the carousel, Clutch Russ following in behind. Been following Logan for quite some time. They've swapped back a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, they absolutely have, and it's worth keeping in mind that Clutch Russ has done a drive-through and is already back into the top 15. It looks like he's in a battle for P13 now, so he could end up in the top 10 even with the drive-through here, just judging by his pace overall.
Absolutely. It seems like Clutch Russ has been on the back foot for a large portion of this race, but he's doing well to undo, you know, the unfortunate things that have happened to him so far.
Now, what's going to be interesting is as we get into the darker parts of the night and you have a tougher time seeing your braking points until they're like right on you, who is going to start to prevail? I mean, we've seen the pace here in the daytime. We all know that changes very quickly. Jawa apparently did just have a crash. Looks to be doing okay to me.
Yeah, still going down the straight,
I think he's
blistering
doing okay.
speeds. Not sure if he was too bothered by that.
Whatever.
Looks like his gap to P3 is significant, though.
Yeah, I mean, Base Cannon is trying to... It might be Base Cannon who had a little bit of an incident, because he does find himself 5 seconds back. Speed Bump is behind Victor, so we did miss some sort of a passing opportunity there. But we'll jump on. It's actually going to be Edwards who's going to look to get by Markov first. He'll be the first one to try and shake things up in this pack of 3. Ooh, but it might be to his detriment as he goes a little bit wide. Now dipping into Klein's carousel. Oh, and Markov goes for a spin.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Man, that's heart-wrenching.
And it's a tough spot too, as people are going to come out of that carousel a little bit blind. He's going to want to get moving. Oh, he actually has a nice little gap to Roni behind. Has found himself in a decent section of the track for that to go down in. We'll jump back over to Clutch Russ. Still hasn't turned on his lights, by the way.
Clutch Russ, an absolute alpha male today. No lights on the Nord. He doesn't need them. Yeah. I'll say Clutch Russ probably lamenting, you know, Daniel's spin there. He was definitely holding up the pace of Logan, you know, and I'm sure Clutch Russ wanted to capitalize off of that now, but he's going to have to do it all pure pace, no aid from anybody in front now as they go to the end of this straight. Ooh, look at the light braking from Clutch. They almost came together. The closing speed there was absolutely unheard of.
And it's funny how two guys with the same car can take such different lines, different braking points through the track, and still have such similar times, as Clutch Russ only about a second ahead of Logan's best lap. So I know that sounds like a lot, but it's really not too much on a track of this size.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. You know, when you're talking about an 8.5 minute lap time, 1 second here and there is not too crazy as we get closer and closer to the nighttime now. Ooh, and is that Yossarian with another step of the rear as Nick Cruz tries to look for a pass, tries to hang it around the outside of the carousel. Quite a move to try and pull off, but he does, and he holds the momentum. Looks like Yossarian had a moment out of the carousel as they dip onto the back straight. Now he's put himself in a vulnerable position, going onto the back straight as there seems to be somebody slow. Is that Alan Barker?
That is Alan Barker. I'm curious to see what the issue is there, as we did grab onto him. Okay, I was curious. Let's see. So you got any suspension issues? Oh yeah, look at that. So
yeah.
suspension issues as well. Him and Yossarian will probably both be going into the pits this lap, you'd think, to get that sorted. Although it depends on what their strategy for the long stops are. They could switch it up and do a long stop at the 3-hour mark and the 1-hour mark and have a single racer start and finish. Ooh, Yossarian, another huge collision there. Just running along the side of the wall. He's probably...
Oh, and Alan,
gives him a little love tap, and that's not going to help, as we'll see Yossarian still turned around, trying to get moving here. Needs to make his way into the pits at this point. Can he do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
He does.
And that's going to be a lot of damage to fix as he goes in there. Going to have to be sure he doesn't also give himself a speeding penalty. Oh no!
30
I
seconds
knew he was
for speeding.
No.
You called it. That is unfortunate. So, a big blow to what has been a strong race otherwise. Yossarian now going to be waiting for quite some time, ends up disconnecting. So they're going to go for their long stop, actually, and driver swap, I think, at this stage.
So as well.
That's probably your best bet.
Looks like he's also going for the driver swap. Yeah, and I agree. I think getting somebody new in the car, different mental, different pace might be a little bit better for them, as Clutch Russ is still hanging back from Logan Edwards. Logan doing a good job to just keep Clutch behind.
And Clutch Russ still not using his lights. You can see the glow of the brakes is his only guidance at this point. Oh, as Logan takes a spin, that's going to be tricky.
No.
And it does get Clutch turning into a Beyblade.
No. Oh, no. That's unfortunate for the two. Now, what's going to be interesting here is Clutch Russ, as somebody comes up going at quite a speed, and Clutch doesn't have his lights on.
Yeah, this is where you're going to really want to have those lights on there. I think we're going to send a friendly message to Clutch here just to try and get the lights on if we can.
Yeah, hopefully he can slap those on to see, because not only, you know, could it be dangerous for him, but it could be dangerous to an approaching car, you know, so you never know.
Alright, I did send a little message. We'll see if he does.
Hopefully he gets those turned on, because he's still looking at the back of Daniel here. You know, Daniel might not be able to tell where Clutch is going.
Might.
You know, if he doesn't have lights.
Alright, we're going to broadcast a message to all drivers to turn on the lights. And we'll see who cooperates. Hopefully, most of them will. Clutch Russ seems to be doing fine without it, though, as much shit as we're talking.
Yeah, to be fair, you know, we did say he was an alpha male, and he's continuing to be one. No lights. I mean, is that somebody off on the side of the grass, or is that just lights?
Is that, sorry?
I think it might have just been
No,
lights. No,
yeah,
I thought I
just
saw somebody off, but yeah, lights of the environment.
Cam, I know we can do it on our side. It's also just more so for safety. As it gets darker and darker, these guys are definitely not going to want to be completely in the dark.
Yeah, it's a miracle Clutch Russ can still see.
Ooh, base cannon with a little bit of contact with the wall. He does find himself completely off to the side here, as that's going to be Tall Tech making his way by, and you do see Speed Bump right behind now, looking for his opportunity.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a battle that's going to heat up. As we know, we saw Speed very early on in the race getting his elbows out, looking for a pass on Jawa. He's fallen a little bit behind, but I imagine that's somebody from the
As we
GR
turned
next
away,
to
just as there's a
will
little bit
take
of
over.
contact. Sorry, it looks like bump drafting going on between Clutch Ross and Daniel Markov.
Man, I mean, this is just a dangerous scenario for Clutch to be in at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we are, for the sake of our stuff, I think going to turn on the lights. Oh, I don't see the setting anymore. Clutch Rust has lights on client side. Oh boy. Alright, well, hopefully everybody else has that on their end.
Yeah,
There's
oh,
Markov
is
with a little
Daniel
bit of
making a
spin.
mistake? Clutch trying to stay out the back. He does give him a tap.
Yeah, but not too much he could do with it. Clutch did have to keep moving and manages to get out and around. Gonna take a look up at the top of the board here as Dimitri finds himself within 2 seconds now of Milan. So these guys getting their racing shoes on, getting a little bit more comfortable. One thing we can do is we can turn up the brightness on our end as well. Just a little bit, but we'll see how things go. For now, the lights will guide us. Do a little bit of onboarding with Dimitri here for a second. Let you guys see as he tries to chase down. It's going to be Milan in front, so. I'm just looking up and down the board here. It's funny, Clutch Russ and Markov really are the closest battle that we have. Those two just continue to go back and forth wherever they can. Trying to stick it in the onboard here. But we'll jump over to this battle. I know it's not as easy to see given the night. Wow, look at that. You can barely, hopefully.
Look at the night lights.
And he is sneaking by. You can just see a shadow of a car in the background there. I don't know if I can get these lights back on our side here or not. Oh, don't worry about that.
Daniel with the, looks like the trim lights there, also red with the Audi. That looks very nice. I know there are a couple cars that are on track tonight that are going to have some special lights for the viewers at home.
Oh yeah.
As he moves into the final portion of the Nordschleife and goes back on to the GP part of the circuit. Clutch Russ still lurking, no lights behind, a little bit further off, and yeah, as he goes into the pits. Now let's see if Clutch
30
Russ
seconds
can get
for speeding.
his speed down, and no, he cannot.
Oh my God, these
It
guys
is a
are struggling
brutal
with that pit lane speed today. And speaking of speed, Bump has found a chance now at Base Canyon, which I know he'll be eager to take. He was pretty far ahead of these guys for a little while until he had an unfortunate spin, I believe. Now he's trying to get all the way back up to the lakes of Jawa, so a long way to climb. Clutch has had a drive-through, a 15-second speeding penalty, and a 30-second speeding penalty. Yes,
That is unfortunate for Clutch. Base a little bit of slip of the rear there. Does well to hold on, but Speed Bump going to be trying to capitalize off of that. He edges ever so closer to Base Canyon. There is got about a 2-second gap to Tall Tech ahead as well. Tall Tech, I just want to say, doing very well this race. You know, qualifying 9 has moved himself up into 6. You know, and this top split of drivers is it's a lethal group. You know, a lot of these guys are quite good, and to be moving up positions like that is very, very good for Tall Tech.
We are hearing on the team radio that Base Cannon currently suffering from some tire wear as we reach the 1 hour mark of our 4-hour endurance race, and it at least shows in this battle against Speed Bump as he makes quick work of him heading into
looks like
Fox
Speed
Road.
absolutely just cruised past there. Unfortunate for my TR XVM guys, but still Jawa at the lead of that team and most of the team in the top 10.
Yeah, Tech holding strong as well. And Josh Fulton, I mean, he's only really a pit strategy difference away. Again, there's a lot that can go wrong and can change over the course of 3 hours. So we'll see where Fulton lands. He's worked his way up to P17. At one point was, I want to say, P23 or P24 in the race. So certainly making some nice headway.
Yeah, Josh Fulton, the victim of a couple serious incidents in the beginning of the race, but did well to avoid some others, and I think that's done him well. And he's in 17, going to be looking for probably the top 15, if not more, if he can get that pace, to be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, knowing his qualifying times versus the pace we're seeing on the board, he could very well try and work his way all the way back up into that battle for P14, 13 that we've been watching, but he's going to need to put the pressure on for himself, put the hammer down, and make something happen. Speaking of, Base Cannon starting to slip through the ranks a little bit here, had one big mistake, tires are now suffering because of it, and has been on a little bit of the back foot ever since. Still within striking distance of Speed Bump, only a mistake away, but needs to make something happen. Clutch for us has officially completed his first long pit of the event and makes his way back out onto the track.
Absolutely. We've got Marco and Nick Cruz both in the pits. Looks like Marco is taking a normal pit stop as opposed to Nick with the driver's swap. And that is all happening about the 1 hour mark. The lead are about 6 and some change laps in, soon to be 7. As they've gone through the first hour, they've still got 3 more to go, and we've already seen so much action on track today.
Oh no, it looks like Ayash had a spin is what we're being told here, so doesn't have the fancy lights on his car, just regular headlights for you. But El Garito, having a little bit of misfortune, now finds himself 20 seconds away from that battle for P1. Going to be stuck in a little bit of no man's land, which is always unfortunate. Oh, who do these guys got with them? They got a little bit of company here.
Yeah, looks like it could be a back marker. I'm not sure if that's in between Dimitri and Milan, or if that is on the back of Dimitri, maybe. On the back of Dimitri, Alan Barker.
Yeah, so Alan Barker now officially a full lap down here on the green hell. But managing to keep pushing, a little bit off his pace, but still has some ways to go. Although, did Alan do his driver swap here?
I think Alan did come in for the driver swap.
He might have. Yeah, this is actually Colin. So Colin's on his out lap, just getting comfortable here. So that's why he's a full lap down. That's actually nothing too crazy. As we see Speed Bump,
ooh,
a big crash with Base Cannon here, and unfortunately loses a position to Base and Samson. Base Cannon manages to get back on the hunt and keep going, as Speed Bump now 4 seconds away from his original battle.
Unfortunate incident for Speed Bump there. He did well to move past Base. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we know Base Cannon will be trying to do everything he can to make good of Speed's spin here in that TRXVM team, all the way up in that top 10, very close together, separated only by Victor Gorecki.
Now, I do see it in the chat, some of our viewers are hoping for some sort of a banana to strike Milan and Dimitri, as they have been our most consistent racers today. And it is true, I think everybody else has had at least 1 or 2 off-track incidents, not necessarily collisions, or had to slow down to avoid one, with the exception of those 2 up front. But that is what happens when you set a monster qualifying time and you get a hold of every corner around the track.
Absolutely. And it was, speaking of getting a hold, Yassarian getting a hold of the back of Marco here into the first part of the Nordschleife as they go down into this sector. Gonna be tricky, you know, in this nighttime without the headlights. You know, like you said earlier, it turns a lot of these corners blind, a lot of these braking points disappear, and at some point you're driving off of feel and muscle memory. So we're gonna see how these two do through this section, and if they're going to be able to keep it clean. Marco lumbering over the curbs there. Oh, a bit of an off track, and he does spin. Oh,
Yes,
no, I can't help but
man.
feel like we're commentating, cursing everybody who enters the screen with some type of spin or speeding violation.
I think we've been there for a lot of Marco's incidents there. Oh, as we see, Base Cannon has pulled into pits.
Yes, and looks like there is a teleport, so that might be a repair of some damage as well.
Yeah, and we see Homan has done their long pit, so who ends up coming out for Homan? Oh, they actually stay in for themselves, so they're going to keep pushing. I guess since we've got Base in the pits, let's take a look at some of the other action going around on the grid. We'll start from the men up front. Milan still keeping Dimitri roughly 2 seconds away. Oh, Cesari picks up a 15-second penalty for speeding into the pits. We actually see a big wave of players starting to come in here. Let's take a look. That's Cesari right there who's picked up his penalty. We've also got Nigo pulling into the pits. Quite a few guys on the back end. And who do we got up front here? That's going to be Jawa. Another racer out in no man's land. I do feel bad. Garito and Jawa are kind of just out in the open. They don't really have too much going on around them right now, so it makes it a little bit hard to keep that pressure, keep that focus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're in one of these longer endurance races, they say oftentimes you're racing against an enemy that you can't even see. And I think even if it was daytime, you know, they would still be quite on their own, being able to see the entire track. But it's all about keeping that head down, keeping your pace nice and consistent, and just running your race till the end. And I think that's when you start to see the fruits of your labor. As we have speed bump here dipping into the Nord on the back of Alex Simpson here. Speed bump looking to recover those positions after spinning behind Base Cannon. Hasn't gone into the pits as far as I can remember. I may be wrong about that.
I don't see him registered as any drive-thrus or anything yet, so still working strong. Now, if I were doing this, I would be doing what a lot of these guys seem to be, which is I'd have our strong driver go first hour, last hour, and me would be assuming would be the weaker driver, would take the middle two. I want to keep that strong driver fresh in an event like this, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, that first opening stint, those last opening stints can be so crucial, especially when you're talking about being on absolute pace or, you know, needing to clutch in those positions of overtaking when they do come. It would be smart to separate your strong driver like that. Yeah. I do know, I do want to cover this real quick. Quite a lot of drivers driving for themselves this race, just specifically within about like the top 10 or so. Java, Marco Hartz, Victor as well, Tall Tech, Base Cannon, Yassarian, Dimitri, and Josh Fulton are all people that I know to be racing by themselves today.
Wow.
Even if they are on a team, yeah. So, I mean, that right there
I'll
is
add
seven.
to that one, Homan Huwa seems to be racing by himself, judging by no driver swap at the first long pit, so
yeah,
all of these guys.
I mean, to take that on is just, it's got to be a feat. I mean, I'm not there for a reason, A, because I'm slow, but B, because I just could not do 4 hours around the Nord. I mean, hats off to everybody, you know, but hats off to these drivers doing an excellent job and providing a lot of action on track there.
Well, careful what you wish for, because we've joked about in the past having a 3-man broadcast crew and having 1 man in the race at all times. So if you're going to be helping us out with endurance events, then you might be subject to that in the future.
Hey Siri, remind me to break my hand. So I can only guess, because that would be deadly.
Stop and go.
That
55
does sound like a
seconds for
good
swap
idea.
time given to Govind. Not entirely sure what that penalty is. I know we're going to have Potato looking into that one shortly. I think they did a driver swap without doing the long pit time. But I
That
don't
could
know if
be
that's
what
an
that's for.
issue if they weren't planning to do one of their long pits right now. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the driver swap has to come with the long pit or not. Maybe that is just a real penalty thing that they can take away after the fact. But having to stop and go is not something that they'd be able to undo. So we will see how they fare against that. And as we're on with speed bump here, still chasing Sampson about a second behind or so.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of these gaps have opened up a little bit post the pit stops. Are about an hour in now.
Except for this one.
This one is an interesting one.
This one's gotten a lot closer all of a sudden. Now, Dimitri's done this before. He's gotten to within this 1 second marker, so I'm not trying to get too excited, but he's shaving time on Milan up front.
I mean, if you remember, only about 30 or so minutes ago, maybe, you know, Dimitri was over 2 seconds away from Milan here. And within that time, he's closed, you know, to be about a second away or so. We know he's carrying, you know, 30 kg of ballast. As far as I know, these two have not stopped. So they're running on worn tires and nothing but a prayer as they make it onto the back straight here. I mean, Dimitri, the pressure for Milan has to be something undescribable, really, to have a driver that you know is that fast and carrying ballast behind you, you know, to just stay as consistent as you can, to not let that get in your head and to just drive your own race. Honestly, I would say he's done well to keep a gap to Dimitri. It's closed up, but I think he's still in a good position right now at this stage of the race.
He's certainly trying. I mean, it seems to be these straightaways where that ballast really comes into play, but even then with his entrance into it, he somehow seems to be only losing about a tenth by the end of it. And that's impressive given how long that straightaway really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look at how smooth that line is through that last sector for Dimitri as he goes onto the GP circuit and he goes into the pits. I would imagine Dimitri, yes, smart enough to not take that speeding penalty going into the pits. This guy has been on it.
Refreshing one to watch.
It's a clenching moment. Oh, we have base cannon.
So that's actually base cannon passing Josh Fulton, who has not done a long pit stop yet. So I think Josh is actually just kind of letting base go for the moment, as the broadcast cam goes a little wild. Sorry about that.
Yes,
yeah,
I believe so, yeah.
So Josh, I think, just letting base cannon by as he hasn't done that lap just yet. Probably doesn't feel the need to put the pressure on.
Oh!
And as I say that, we have Josh going into a little bit of a blind corner here at night.
Yeah, Josh Fulton with quite a smack, and that's not the place you want to do it onto this long, flat-out section of the track.
No, it is not.
We have Jawa 15 seconds for speeding.
That's a big one, actually, because Jawa was only 30 seconds ahead of Victor. So that does open up a pretty good advantage.
Absolutely. And I don't know if that's maybe client side for us or not, but it seems Speed Bump is riding the limiter on this Lambo through a lot of these corners. I don't know if that's maybe just for us or if there's some type of strategy in the gearing there.
Ooh, as both racers head into the pits together, a little lag spike nearly causes an incident. Alec goes way too quick in, though.
Yeah, and I wonder if he'll be arguing that maybe Speed Bump pushed him in.
He had a lot of time to get to
some
speed
overspeed.
after. I think that's going to be not pressing the button. But we'll go back to the stewards with that one. As Marco gets an easy one past Yosarin, who found himself in the wall, unfortunately, there. Who did miss that. Osh, we did not happen to catch your crash. I don't believe. We might have crashed, call it one of them, but not the second one.
Yeah, not that ladder spin. You're safe for now.
Yeah, but there's been a couple of big ones here. that we have caught on the broadcast, most notably that one involving Yossarian. I think that's going to be what really switched up the game for a lot of our racers. I think Alan Barker might have been the one to hit Yossarian.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's why they both had such significant suspension damage. Worth
Yeah,
noting that
Marco,
they both made it about 3/4 of a lap dealing like that, so power to them.
absolutely, hats off, because it's got to be heart-wrenching, you know, when you've got suspension damage or even aero damage, no matter how little, especially after a big impact like that. You know, it's just hard to keep that head down and to keep going, but they seem to have done so.
So Milan, Victor, and it seems like maybe Tall-Tech are all going to take an interesting strategy here. They're going to try and squeeze 9 laps out of their tires and their fuel. While even Dimitri went back into pits, did not take a long stop, but did take a short stop to do something. Now my guess is this is to build a little bit of a gap. He probably knows Milan is going to take a long stop here, and wants to, so that these guys aren't battling head to head and they can just have some open air to fight for themselves. It's pretty Milan is going for the 2 stop. Okay. That's going to be pretty interesting here. So they might be going for 10 laps if I understand that correctly then. It's going to be a risky strat, or they're going to have to fuel save a little, but...
Yeah, absolutely. I do know of a couple of drivers here in this upper portion wanting to do a 2-stop. I think Tall-Tech included in that, and it's gonna be hard. I mean, we spoke earlier about the Bayer V8 being a 2-stop car with the way that the fuel, with a larger fuel tank and less fuel per lap used. Milan also, is he also in the Bayer as well?
He is, yes. Milan is in the Bayer. The top 3 were Milan, Ash, and Dimitri. Ash now, I think, handing things over to his teammate.
Yes, and that'll be Potato.
Yep, currently sitting in P6. A little bit of a ways to go.
Absolutely, but given the fact that they've stopped, you know, for a driver swap there, I think that that's not too bad, you know, of a position for them. Oh,
that was Markov.
President Obama?
That was Markov who had spun. Obama manages to get by without getting hit, so Secret Service doing their job there, keeping him racing on the track. Markov redeeming himself through... Oh, look at that little...
Wow.
Epilepsy warning for our viewers, but this is pretty sick. Oh, less sick now.
Oh!
As...
Seems he's done some damage to the electrical system, maybe with the walls.
Something is going on there with his electrical system. Is it like a proximity thing? No? I'm not sure. I think it's just at a low speed, maybe it automatically kicks on. I'm assuming it's some sort of a safety... Oh, nope, he's toggling it. This is intentional. That's pretty cool. I respect whatever that is. Very sweet.
Flashing his colors for the camera.
Speed bump confirmed, was not having a good time. But hey, you did pretty good there. Your team currently still within that top 10, and it's a tough top 10 to be inside of. Let's try and pay some love to a few of the racers we haven't jumped in with yet. We've got Nick Cruz somehow trying to catch up to Nick Cruz.
Very interesting battle there. 2 drivers of similar caliber, maybe.
Very interesting indeed. Well, we see Nick Cruz is registered as a few laps back. I'm sure that's something that we could probably get sorted later on. We'll jump over to Hoffman Huba, currently lapping a little bit in no man's land. Finds himself directly between Tall-Tech and Roney, so they don't even have lap traffic to keep him company at the moment. Alan Barker slowly getting moved up on by Tall-Tech, but has already been passed by Victor. So again, another racer currently out in no man's land. 16 seconds up on their time though, so not having a bad go of things this time around. We'll then head over to Mr. Misfortune, as we're going to be calling him for today. Yossarian had a couple of interesting moments, but was also absolutely T-boned, and that hurt a big chunk of the race. Now on the hunt to get moving, currently sitting P20, so it's a good spot to be. and looking to work his way as far forward as he can. Josh Fulton pulling into the pits now. We'll see what his overall strategy is. Now turning over to Nigo 36 in that bright blue 74 car. Look at that thing glow.
Night going down the main straight here for those nighttime light. Right good on the Nord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Watching these guys go through the nighttime portion has me a little bit jealous. I do always love these night portions of the endurance events. They're so exciting to watch. Obviously, a little bit tougher to participate in.
Yeah, you speak for yourself. I do not envy these guys at all. I can say wholeheartedly that I'm happy to watch, and watch I will. I just cannot imagine going through this in the depths of night, having to, you know, stick to the back of people and focus on your race with only the headlights to give you company.
Well, that's the most
like
fun
we said, a
part.
lot of these guys in no man's land.
Osh, speed bump. We've been toying around with the volumes for a while. It's this is both mics turned up as loud as they can, and the game adjusted quite a bit. J2, I don't know if maybe you moved your mic at all or anything, but I said you're the quiet one now, or we both are, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to adjust.
I hear you. If that makes you feel better.
Oh, thank you, man. We can hear each other. All right, leave these guys
Screw
in the
you
dust,
guys.
right?
Lapped guy killed my lawn.
Oh.
When was that? I missed that on the live timings there. Although it looks like it might not have cost too much. Let's take a look at the board. Previous lap, 8:13. So it wasn't on that one. Currently 5 seconds off the pace on this lap, though, as well. Yeah, it might have been right before this one. Might have been kind of entering that final straightaway, costing my line a couple of seconds there.
Yeah, it was. As you can see here, Dimitri closed that gap up by 5 seconds in about an instant. So I would imagine as he moved through a similar part of the track, that gap closed up, and that would have been where Mylan got taken out by a back marker. I'm not sure who he passed recently.
Trying to look at
Hopefully
things,
that hasn't
it
given
might
Mylan
be
any lasting damage.
Nigo, as he's the one kind of not too far behind. Seems like he's relatively close to Milan. Oh, it's hard to tell as Victor pulls in for his pit, and Milan is actually going for 10 laps without a pit stop. So
Yeah, Milan looking to go long here, trying to do that overcut on Dimitri. I mean, he's looking to keep that first place. I think despite the change in strategies and whatnot, Milan has been in front. You know, he wants that track position as much as he can have it. Wants to try and open up that gap. We know Dimitri has to come through those back markers, you know, and work his way around the same track that Milan is. So,
speaking of back markers, Talltech finds himself. Oops, sorry to cut you out there, but I just noticed Talltech finds himself in a little bit of a back marker sandwich there. Currently has worked his way past the first one, but you can see a little further up ahead, he's going to have another battle in just a few minutes.
Absolutely, and Talltech. Yeah, I'm not sure who that would be. Ooh, these two side by side, speed bumping Jawa taking the grass there a little bit.
Let's see if we can grab Jawa's point of view, as Jawa's currently the one behind. Speed, who's driving for you currently? I can't see the name on the live timing board.
Grumpy Pit.
Yeah, Grumpy is? Okay. Got you. Yep. Grumpy currently holding off Jawa pretty strong. This is a pretty big battle here in the top 10. Jawa, I'm not sure how Jawa ended up so far behind Speed, if they've both done a long pit. Did Jawa pick up a penalty? Oh, he did, didn't he? 15 seconds for speeding.
Yeah, he did get that 15. But look, he closes up to the back of a Grump now in the car there. Look at that. I mean, the speed he's carrying going onto this back straight. He's in a prime position to strike. Just hope that he doesn't strike too soon. Oh, we have Alan Barker saying it looks like Yossarian quit. I'm not sure if he's in for a long stop or if he's retired the car.
We'll see here. Keep an eye on that. In the meantime, though, Jawa currently really trying to stay ahead. That draft is going to go in Grumpy's advantage. Grumpy does have, I want to say, the faster top speed capability, but as I say that Lexus is flying. I mean, it is gone.
Yeah, Jawa doing well there to make that overtake stick on the back straight. He's played the game of chess well enough, and he knew he had the overspeed, so he went for it, and he kept it. As Grump looking to stay on the back of Milan. I mean, in these endurance scenarios, you're swapping positions back and forth, often. Do you think these drivers are always so hungry to take their position or to keep their position, or do you think maybe Grump wants to hold back a little bit from Jawa, maybe take some of that slipstream from him and just stay on the rear and wait for a better opportunity?
If it's me and I know kind of the overall pace of the guy in front is a few seconds faster than me, I might hang back and just try and stick with him in his draft. But if it's someone that I know I should be ultimately in front of towards the end, I'm making every corner count.
Absolutely. All about the differences in pace here at the Nord today. We've seen quite a lot of battles, a little bit of back and forth. Remember, we had Clutch Russ going through a decent battle with Daniel Markov, who's now falling behind him. Logan Edward is well behind Clutch Russ. That's probably a difference in strategy, as they have quite a gap building back there. As we look towards Dimitri and Milan, their gap here is closed in. It was at about 35 or so after Milan's touch with the back marker, but he's gotten it down. Dimitri has to 32 now, and Milan's still not in for pits. 9.7 laps, so it could be this lap, it could be one more that he goes into. We'll see how that works. Speed bump coasting through, starting the Nord now. Still trying to hang on to the back of Jawa, this is Grump now.
Well,
see how he sticks it on the motorcycle today. Green lights on that livery, by the way, look absolutely outstanding. That car as a whole is quite beautiful.
And is the sun already coming up? We went through that night cycle pretty quickly, it feels like.
Yeah.
Almost dangerously
like
quickly. Like, we might be entering this race in the dark.
We might. I think if we're at 2:30, it should rise by about 2, right?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see where this thing ends up. Let's jump over to Potato, currently working his way down, trying to catch up to P4, Mr. Roney. I'm not sure exactly, has Roney done a stop yet? Is he one of our drivers still trying to hang on? He is still hanging on, so Roney's still hanging on, as well as Milan. Dimitri and Toltec have both done a stop, but it doesn't seem like they did their long stops. They might have done their short fuel stops first and are saving their long stops for later on. So interesting strategies going around the grid. Do you see Obama trying to work his way up towards Clutch Russ where he can? Just hanging on with Potato for a little bit, see what the man can do. See these three fast right-handers. Let's switch over and see what Obama can make happen here. We haven't seen any real close battles over the last 20 minutes or so. That doesn't sound like that long in a 4-hour race, but usually we get a little bit of something interesting going. I do see the battle of Roni, Garito, and Victor is slowly coming up on Huba in P21. So lap traffic always makes things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I think we're at that point where a lot of these strategies are starting to, separate these guys on track. But if I'm going to take a guess, I'm going to say in these next 30 minutes or so, I think some of these guys are going to group back up. And we're going to see some decent on-track racing. I mean, as you can see here, some of these gaps actually aren't that far away. Some of these guys are only 9, 6, 4, and 2 seconds. Some only about a little over 10 seconds away. You know, once the tire wear starts to hit and once the drivers get back into the groove, I'm sure we will see a couple of these guys get closer to their opponents.
Wow, so Milan doesn't seem going for one of the long pit stop. Well, no, they must have done their. Did they not do a long pit stop? I didn't see a notification. Did you?
No, I did not catch anything. I'm gonna say that Milan's only done a short because he's. Or would it be a long because he's dropped 40 seconds, correct? Because he was 30 above Dimitri, and now he's about 15 or so behind.
Is that how long
So
the
I
long pits are? Just 40?
I'm guessing.
Okay. Well, I guess TBD. I didn't see anything that said long pit register, but I could be wrong. We'll wait for someone in chat to confirm. Roni has not stopped yet. No, Roni's still going. But Milan now has 15 seconds to make up to the man in front. Now Milan does not have. They messed up. They were meant to long. So they're gonna have to stop 2 more times. That's what we're seeing, Cameron? You want to be I don't think Dimitri has either. So at least both racers, it seems, will have to do 2 long stops. But if we are understanding that correctly, Milan has just opted for a short where they wanted to do a long and probably will now be facing a 3-stop on what could have been a 2-stop event.
Yeah, and that will definitely throw their strategy into the mixer. I know that they were looking for that win with that 2-stop strategy. So we see Garrido here on the back of Roni. Now I believe Roni's still going and Garrido has stopped. So definitely fresher tires. Or this is Potato now in Garrido's car.
Correct, yeah. Potato is hot.
Potato on these fresher tires. Looking to make an overtake. Roni just a little wide there. You know that tire wear is going to be getting to him at this point. He's been going for, I mean, well over an hour, about an hour and a half or so. As they make it into the second carousel now, it would serve Potato well to just stick behind now and just wait until they are on the main straight to take Roni, and I believe that's what he's going to do here, being very smart with his decision. Ooh, Roni drifted a little bit wide there, kind of lost a little bit of that momentum, and Potato almost into the back, but managed to keep it away. But it looks like right behind Potato we have Wicker
has really jumped into that. And that is a beautiful sunrise situation here. We've got 3 cars powering through. Victor gonna follow Garrido by. It's not quite Potato by. Not quite lap traffic, but they are in a different race at the moment than Roni, I believe.
Yeah, I think Roni knows that that's not particularly his race, but Victor knows that it is his race with Garrido here, I would say. Potato going into that last section. A little bit all over the curb, but doing well. Victor staying on the back. Going to be looking for something into this first half, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely hanging on within that drafting range to Potato up front. It's going to be a real close one when it comes down to the braking point here, as Victor will try and cut that one a little bit more direct. Does that give him the advantage on the way out? It seems to, or at least for now it does.
Yeah, absolutely gained a little bit of time there on Potato. Looks like he tried to take that alternate line and try to find an opportunity. Potato just a little bit wide through this sector here. Victor's going to be thinking about that. Going to be thinking, you know, is there going to be an opportunity that he's not quite expecting? Going into these sections, you can see Victor absolutely braking so deep in that Lambo. And we saw, I believe, Daniel Markov as well, braking quite late in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, you really can, if you hang on, you can make some interesting moves with any of these cars. They're all pretty equipped for a proper dive-in. But you gotta know what you're doing. You gotta hold on till the last possible second. Now, we're gonna start to hear some glare problems. I'm sure Oscarito will be the first one to complain again, even though he is not in the car. But yes, the sun is popping back up, and that's going to make things a little bit interesting. Now these racers are going to have to keep an eye on the guys behind them and not be able to look in front of them. As you can see, Potato feeling the effects of that as Victor still applying that pressure.
Absolutely, and giving Potato no room to mess up here. He knows Victor is there looking for the opportunity starting into the Nordschleife now. I do want to touch on the fact that we have a current temporary, as they almost come together there, temporary Lexus P3 on the board right now with Tall Tech. So doing a good job to put that Lexus high up there, doing his long stint. And as far as I can tell, Tall Tech has been one of those drivers that has remained relatively clean throughout the race. Unless my bias is deceiving me, I cannot think of anything too major that Tall Tech's gotten into so far this race.
So we do still have Roni as our final racer who is not picked. I would say at this point, knowing that I have to do 2 long stops, I would probably go for one more big fuel stint, and then that way the last one, you're just incredibly light, no fuel in the tar with fresh tires, and you can really power on through.
Yeah, that may be Roni's strategy. Honestly, it can be hard to tell exactly what they're all thinking when they come through. I'm sure all of these guys have had talks for quite some time now about how they want to run this race.
Victor really getting close there to Potato in a couple of sections. These guys are really making each other earn it now. The one thing that you guys don't see on your end is that his delta is about a second off his typical pace. So right now these guys are actually losing time fighting each other. That's going to help Milan and Dimitri get a little bit farther away. And now the variable that is Tall Tech is pretty far off in the distance.
These two going at it, almost no distance between them virtually at these speeds. As they are just dipping down in this downhill section. It's so dangerous to be following so closely through here. If anybody slips onto the grass or brakes just a little bit too late, you can have a pretty serious incident on your hands. Both doing well to stay away from each other there. Victor's still on the hunt for the move on Potato here. Oh, and I was just gonna say, as they come to this upper left-hander, or upper right-hander, it's so dangerous to lose the rear, especially with some dirty air.
And this is going to be a dangerous spot to lose it, as these cars are not going to be expecting to see someone around the bend. This is the chance. You got to get moving now. Victor gets back on before Jawa able to come by, but that will be an unfortunate end to what was a great battle to watch, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know he was looking for an opportunity there on Potato, and I think a little bit of pressure, pushing a little bit too hard, and some of that dirty air probably caught him out at that turn, as it usually does. He was falling so closely there. Another win for TRXVM. Still doing well to stay, for the most part, in the top 10.
That they are. Now, I am going to switch you over to AutoCam for just a moment here, only because I have to step away for a sec. But in the meantime, I'll let you take over if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I will do so gladly as we follow Logan here. Oh, and right as we switch there, Logan having a major moment. Looks like that was in the beginning of the Nord, so we'll see how that affects his race. We're on with Cesare now, moving through at quite some speed. Now we have Cesare edging into the top 10 there with Speed Bump ahead of him. Speed Bump, who I believe has Grump driving at the moment, doing well to try and close that gap up to Samson. I'm not sure if Samson has a second driver or not. Victor here throwing it around the edge. I think now's not a horrible time. We don't have any gaps that are too close, so I figure I will entertain this stream with a fact or two. as we're on with this. Actually, there's a couple of back markers there all together as we're following that. So hopefully we'll stay on board with that. But I didn't know if any of you guys knew that lemons float, but limes sink, which I think is quite crazy. Apparently it has something to do with the density. Not really relevant to the race whatsoever, but, you know, maybe later in life you will need to know that. So if you do, make sure to, you know, give me a footnote or something like that. So we have Marco here throwing it around the Nord. A lot of these drivers doing well to keep their head down, even with moments, Marco being one of them. Marco moving up there, P16. He was lower down. We have Base Cannon now, P6. Base Cannon not too far from Roni there. Roni's still on the long stop, has yet to go, and Base around the outside. Oh, it looked like he might have had a moment there with that. I'm not sure if he did. It looks like he moved past Roni all right. Might have just gotten on the grass there just a little bit. We're down here with Nick Cruz leading what is probably some of the guys towards the front of the race there. As we come back to Roni now. Base Cannon going through the carousel there, comfortably ahead of Roni. Roni with those worn tires now. Victor on the back of that pack as well, going to be looking for those places he lost earlier when chasing down Potato in that zebra print car. Base now moving through this section, being able to open that gap up, and he's going to be hoping that Victor runs into Roni at a quite uncomfortable spot. Oh, and it looks like we have Govind with a stop and go 55-second taken. I'm not sure what that is. That could be time to that could be a time thing to do with the long stop. I'm not 100% sure. Victor flying past. Yeah, looks like Roni's going to go ahead and let him by there. Smart move. Roni, I think, knows he's going long, but that's not his race with Victor today. As they go through here, Tall-Tech in P3 on the back of Purple. Now, we do have some people saying Purple's ping needs to be addressed. So far, it looks like it's the best it's ever been, but we can't quite tell as we're not in the car there. We move off of them into Cesari's cockpit as Cesari flies down the main straight, doing about 270 or so. And Roni into the pits now for the first stop. Now I wonder if this will be a driver swap or in a long pit or maybe a short pit for Roni. I'm not quite sure. I guess we will find that out in just a second as he brings it in here. Logan Edward in the Rusty's Lightning McQueen car. That thing looks absolutely cool, like on the Acura. I love the way that looks. It's quite a great livery. Behind President Obama, we got about a 30-second gap there, so in a bit of no man's land. Project Purple now. Tall-Tech seems to have passed Project Purple, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be good for Tall-Tech to move past some of the back markers there. And we are getting some of the reports of Project Purple lagging all over the place. Hopefully that gets passed down somewhere where they can do something. Unfortunately, we're only commentating here, and I have the power of words on my side.
Yeah,
as we're on here with Alan Parker.
I am back. I have noticed a couple of tickets and stuff like that, so just so everybody is aware of the overall plan. Just keep driving. If something goes wrong as far as a time penalty or this or that, everything's going to get looked at the end of the race. Ooh, speed bump seems to have gone way off. Sorry, Grumpy seems to have gone way off. But anyway, we also heard as far as people had issues with that and laps not counting and things like that. Just everything will get looked at throughout the end of the race there, so don't worry too much. We'll get you sorted.
All right, and I will actually be leaving you here for a second to be by yourself now that you're back.
You're good. Yeah.
Before I do, though, I'm going to leave you with a fact, is that wind is silent, and the only thing that we hear is the wind hitting objects, so when the wind is flying past you in the cockpit on the Nordschleife, what you are hearing is the wind hitting your car and not the wind itself. I'm going to leave you with that.
Fun facts of the day from J2 there, as we're on with Speed Bump working his way around Hatzenbach. So looking around the grid here again, we got a lot of gaps going on. Roni doing his first long stop is falling down to seems P13, maybe P14. We'll see if Marco is able, or whether, Marco is able to catch up or not during this long stop time. Speed Bump currently has 5.6 seconds to go to Cesare up front. We tuned in right as he had a little bit of a spin. Milan pushing relatively hard, but still falling back a little bit further from Dimitri. We'll see. We'll see how that works out for them. Milan currently about 3 seconds off on this lap, so I'm going to guess they had a little bit of an issue. Oh, yep, sorry, that is Grumpy now, not Speed. Milan probably had a little bit of an issue this lap, 3 seconds off the pace here. We'll see if they are able to get that back. Although an 8:13 seems to be relatively standard, as that was Dimitri's last lap around the ring. I'm going to give you some stuff from the live timing board here. Fastest lap at the moment actually seems to be with Potato and Ayash at an 8:09.767. So that is some strong pace that those guys have. Overall, we've got quite a few guys whose top times are in the 8:20s or lower, or like low 8:20s, we'll say, who aren't quite where you would expect them to be. So it typically means that we'll have an opening for some big moves later on. I'm not 100% sure when we'll see some of these guys take those opportunities, but I don't doubt that we'll see them.
All right, I'm back now. I've made it. I heard we were talking about pace. I just figured we were talking about TRXBM. So, you know, I'm sure that they're the fastest on track. No need for slander. Milan here. That gap to Dimitri seems to only have opened after he's pitted now.
Sorry, I just had to send a message over to Project Purple just to let them know that we are having some lag issues. I suggested seeing if there's anything they could do during the long stop.
Oh, good. Yeah, I've been getting a couple of messages here for Purple. Having some unfortunate ping issues. We weren't seeing as much clipping into the ground as we were in the first half, but I'm not sure if the ping is resolved or not.
Yeah, Speed, you guys aren't really showing on the live timings there for whatever reason. I would go with the timings board that's here on the actual race itself, with the exception of Nick Cruz. That one didn't get messed up. All sorts of fun things going on here. It is a 9-year-old game, to be fair. We'll jump back over to Victor, though. Victor finds himself within 2 seconds of base cannon up in front. And if there's one thing we've learned about Victor, it's when he's got a target in front, he seems to do a little bit better. So we'll see what goes on.
Now we'll see. I will say, having driven up against base cannon, you know, in some open wheel races, he's a hard one to get past. Base is there to defend like a lion when needed, so we'll see if Victor's able to make the move happen and stick. We've seen base cannon some small mistakes here and there, but overall I think base cannon's been a relatively, you know, solid driver that's you know, done well to keep things as clean as he can so far, and doing well for, you know, being a solo driver in the 4-hour race. Closing in on the halfway mark now, I'm sure feeling a little bit of that fatigue. It looks like he is passing a back marker up ahead there.
Yeah, the back marker is coming up here. I'm not entirely positive who it is that these guys are moving, catching up on, but man, is he catching up with some speed.
Absolutely.
I think that one. Yeah, we'll turn on news for just a second. It's going to be Colin Satrowski there, currently in P19, so racing in place of Alan Barker in the #1 car. And Victor is flying up on him as much as he can.
Looks like Colin does concede that point there. And
Yeah.
I was right. Victor, or the Lambo in general, I think Speed was doing the same, slamming the limiter by the end of the straight. So an interesting strat for that car overall.
Yeah, I mean, this car just sounds mean, and they are working it hard. Victor now gaining only a tenth or two at a time, but still gaining to Base Cannon ahead. I think we're going to see a nice battle between these two in a few moments here. Now, the last time Victor got into a battle, he did end up pushing a little bit too hard, and that's what lost him the position to Base Cannon in the first place, was fighting with Potato originally.
Absolutely, but he's done well to move back up the field after that. I mean, already getting back onto the rear bumper of Base Cannon here. You know, it's only been a couple of minutes since we saw that spin, so I think he's done a real good job to recover that drive.
Yeah. Just Osh and Speed, I see you guys are in the chat there. Just if you don't mind working with Thorn on some of these tickets that are opening up and stuff, just to keep an eye on what we got going on. Speaking of what we got going on, looks like a little bit of contact there with Jesse and Nigo, but they managed to keep on moving. Doesn't seem like it's anything too detrimental. Currently, that's going to be Dmitry Margov trying to catch up to the two of them, though. So actually, I think Jesse might be the car all the way up in front, and that might have put Nico into position to fall behind Markov here. Going to be a tricky one.
And we saw Markov quite strong in the beginning of the race here, but it's kind of dipped. He's still in the top 20 doing well, but has dipped away from some of his competition like Clutch Russ that he was racing very, very early on. Clutch Russ, by the way, you know, sniffing that top 10.
Yeah, getting closer and closer. Also, sorry, Markov has switched with his teammate, Srivastan Govind. So it does look like Govind is actually behind the wheel of the #11 car right now. Oh,
Real
we're
long
just getting
top
there.
difference between the two of them, man. Oh, look at that. Gap has closed right up. Base going over some of these curbs. You know that looks as heavy. Is it possible that through some of those, you know, slower speed sections, he's struggling a little bit with the weight of that car?
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, I think the problem is those tight corners. I mean, the Lamborghinis are never exactly known for their ability to get around them. And Base Cannon in that Lexus has definitely been able to make nice work with a late braking, but we'll see if Victor can make something happen. He's certainly trying. He's going to get close.
Wow. Look at the gap close, and look, he keeps that distance between them. Doesn't Constantina out of the corner like how you would think that he would. Going into this super fast downhill section now, there's going to be a high risk of contact as they go through this sweeping left, but Victor is smart to back off a little bit, give Base his space on track as they go through this more nimble section.
Yeah, it's all about the exit here. Victor seems to try and line himself up for a little bit more acceleration, but both racers ride that curve, so they're not going to be quite at their peak. Chat is pointing out Milan lost another 10 seconds to Dimitri up top, so I'm going to assume there's another spin or issue with a back marker. Although looking at where he is, a little bit of no man's land, so I'm going to say it was probably a spin of sorts. Victor staying within that fighting range, going to look for an opportunity to lash out at Base Cannon. Where is he going to get it, though? That #3 car is trying hard to catch up to that Lexus.
Yeah, and that Lexus from Base absolutely, I mean, on the ragged edge, it seems, you know, everywhere he's going, throwing the car around, hitting every apex. You can see both of them there, just at the edge of the track. Just all the risk is on the table right now as they go into this section. Now, we saw Victor lose it the last time while following closely here. Will he do it again?
Ooh, a little wiggle.
A little wiggle, but smart to keep the back end calmer that time.
We're gonna look back. Sorry, Jawa was in a little bit of a collision with the back marker, but does manage to keep moving. Jump back over to the battle at hand.
Jawa doing well to recover there. Now on this back straight, this is my theory, is that this Lamborghini, the top end is real compromised. Like I was saying, they're touching that limiter at the end of the straight. You know, it's got to be geared quite high. I wonder, you know, is it struggling with the top end? Maybe it has something to do with the low drag. It's hitting that top speed quite soon, or maybe just has to do with shorter gearing. But that Lexus we've seen all day has just had brutal top end. As you can see here, base opening up that gap that was so close just a second ago.
Yeah.
Like they're looking to close it. Ooh, a little bit deep. Ooh, and it looks like we have a kick driver.
For exceeding the pit limiter speed. So they must have gone full beans into the pit. That's going to be a problem, though. That was Dmitry Markov's teammate. I don't know if they'll be able to rejoin. I'm unfamiliar with how that works on the real penalty side of things. Hopefully, some of the organizers are around to take a look at that.
Yeah, and we have Speed Bump here saying that the Lamborghini does have that shorter gearing, so that acceleration is going to be something that it's very powerful in, but that top speed, you know, it's going to struggle there. Maybe playing the 300 kilometer an hour game of chess isn't going to be to Victor's advantage. It might serve him well to get ahead before the straight.
Yeah,
if he can,
or at least
opening up that gap.
Get into his bumper so he can get towed along, but he is too far right now to have any sort of real advantage. But
Absolutely.
Someone who does a little further back down the grid, we've got looks like Colin Satrowski looking for a move on Nigo if he can find one, inching closer and closer. As Victor now 5 seconds behind Base Cannon, so I think we tuned away just as Victor caught some reverse broadcaster's curse.
Yeah, Victor struggling behind some people, having a couple of collisions with the wall, hopefully not picking up any damage. But if he does, he may want to call Queen Elizabeth II if he can somehow get that phone number. I'm not sure how he would do that, because she was actually trained as a truck mechanic at 16. So, just a little fact for you there.
Our mid-race fun facts going strong. As it seems, Markov was able to rejoin. They've been giving some sort of stop-and-go penalty time or something like that. I'm not positive.
Did that say 166 seconds?
Yeah, you know, I said something along those lines, but I'm like, oh my god.
Alan Barker.
Is that going to be Grumpy? That is. Grumpy goes whipping by lap traffic there.
Yeah, it looks like Alan tried to give him space, but ran a little bit wide there. Was good not to spin it and bump into Grumpy there, though.
Grumpy gets ripping through. Grumpy's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, clearly on the edge here, throwing that Lamborghini around. We saw him cruise right through there.
It's a nice, strong, consistent pace from Grumpy.
So you see him just dipping into those apexes perfectly at the edges of the track. Let's see how he goes through the carousel here. Beautiful, beautiful Milan carry through there. Yeah, Grumpy on the edge here, doing a good job to bring that Lamborghini stuff around the track.
Yeah, now I do want to check in with Nick Cruz and try and get a sense of where they actually are. If I'm understanding correctly, they might be, well, let's see, it'd be +4 laps from where we're currently seeing them. So it'd be 11 plus 4 would be, well, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. Maybe it's +2? That would put them at, I feel like they'd be at plus like 12 laps. I'm not sure what's going on with the live timing play. It's hard to figure that out with them.
Yeah, and some of those gaps down low definitely kind of equal it about a lap or so. So, yeah, I would say somewhere around plus 10 or 12, maybe 9 or so.
Or plus a certain amount somewhere.
It's some amount, and looks like that same team. I cannot remember the name for the life of me. Oh my gosh. Is still having some troubles with disconnection. That might be ruining their race there. That's rather unfortunate if that's the case. I think it was Cesare's team.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of disconnects currently as we see racers kind of dropping in and out from the race. Hard to see exactly where people stand when these types of things come into play, but surely over the next few minutes as people go in for long pits and finish their laps, we'll get a little bit of an updated timings board there. Richter now posed already an additional second to base cannon ahead, so he's really got strong pace when he keeps it on the track here, but he's just struggling once he gets pushing a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I mean, very similar performance to, I'm trying to remember if it was Josh Fulton or Ayash Garito in Okayama, who out of nowhere just started setting purple laps that were seconds ahead of everybody else, but just was struggling with that consistency and keeping that pace up. I mean, you see Richter here clearly rapid, but it just seems like every time he gets a little bit close, could be some of that dirty air, you know, struggling in there. You know, it's been on this set of tires now for some time, so could be struggling with that as well.
Yeah, Richter is currently out for 4 laps, so this is going to be the 5th lap on this set of tires. He did bring those tires around for 11 laps previously, though, so he's not too shabby with them as they get a little bit more worn. I'm expecting we won't see him head in for his next pit stop till around the hour and a half mark, maybe even later, depending. He is hunted down base cannon, that's for sure.
Absolutely, base running away, heart beating strong, I'm sure. I wonder if it is similar to a blue whale's heart, because you can hear that thing from over 2 miles away. Did you know that?
That was a good one. Great segue there. And, you know, I bet that you could hear base cannon's heart from the cockpit of Richter's car for those very same reasons. After we see Govan getting disconnected again, 130-second stop and go time.
Oh my god.
This time has been applied. I would say at this point you might want to look into just getting Markov back behind the wheel.
Yeah.
But every team has their strategy. It does seem that Lightning McQueen has officially retired from the race, as I don't see that car rejoining. It's been quite some time now. So he will join the ranks of Yossarian and Mr. Quinn as our racers who are no longer a part of our 4-hour endurance.
That is unfortunate. I think that brings us to 21 drivers with one still on the fence about connection issues, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 21? Because
yeah.
Doubled?
21-ish. I want to look at this battle that's slowly developing between Grumpy Print and Samson, but Richter is ripping through this course right now.
I mean, it's every time we've been here, really. It's just, he's electric. He's electric through the ring, and he's doing so well. He clearly has so much pace in hand. And I'd love to, see him put it right next to base cannon and, get a little bit of this action going on. But, and when you're in that cockpit, it's a completely different story. You don't get to see it from our perspective. The pressure is there. You feel the wear of the tires. You feel the weight of the fuel. It's a different story when you're behind that seat.
Yeah, I mean, these two have been going at it for quite some time. Base Cannon, I know, taking on this 4-hour race by himself, so that does add to the struggles that he's going to be going through. Keeping that mentality up is difficult, but Base really doing a good job overall to hold off Richter. But now comes the moment of truth. Can he make something happen?
we're going to see here as we go through what is going to end up being a very technical section of the ring. Going to have to be carrying a whole lot of speed in these corners. Hopefully, we will see these drivers either close up, or maybe the difference in car will have them move further away as they dip into this sector here. Time staying just even, really. If anything, coming down about a half-tenth or so from where it was. Those are these drivers giving everything they've got to run away and catch up to one another here. Just on the edge. I mean, this is beautiful.
Oof. And you see a big wiggle from Base up ahead, manages to save it. He is really pushing to stay away from Richter. Now we know Base had some issues towards the end of the first hour with his tire wear. Is that going to be the advantage for Richter? Because Base currently has been out 2 additional laps on those tires. So Richter on a much fresher set.
Absolutely. And I will say, I mean, honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard to tell, you know. 2 drivers who seem to be, you know, Richter is catching up, but Base has been doing quite a job to stay in front. You know, the consistency has been there, and that's really helped him so far. And Richter has just been lethal behind Base Cannon. And I mean, we can't stress it enough. It's such an interesting battle that we see going on here. And, you know, even though it doesn't seem like they're right next to each other, at these speeds, there's not much separating the two. Only like 2 or 3 corners, really, if anything.
Yeah, now this is that unfortunate part here where unfortunately Richter will top out and Base will get to go a little bit further ahead down Dottinger, but we'll see what Richter can do. It's been the tight corners, which is not typically the Lamborghini's forte, has been the Lamborghini's forte today, so keeping things interesting around the track. Haven't had any changes to the wind. Road's been a consistent 33 degrees, so these guys haven't had to worry too much about tire temps. Oh, a little bit of a crash with Milan, it says. I think just a little bit of door-to-door rubbing with Nigo behind there as Milan goes through. Oh, and goes off. Is going to have
to keep the spin out of there.
Yeah, manages to keep forward, but has already lost 10 seconds on the current lap. Milan,
man, and you just have to feel for him.
Yeah, probably stuck a little bit behind a back marker. It's a tricky spot to get by somebody, but has 3 more cars separating himself and Dimitri in front. These guys are lapping cars all the way up to P12 right now.
Wow. I mean that just goes to show their pace, really. And Dimitri, we spoke about him before, currently leading this race. And the consistency has just been brutal, you know, from Dimitri. We saw his gap from Milan decreasing, but staying, you know, where it was no matter how hard Milan was pushing. And then once the pit stops got sorted out and whatnot, you know, I know Milan had that error taking the short stop when they wanted the long, but Dimitri has just been brutal today, along with Richter as we're back here. Still chasing Base Cannon through the GP part of the Nord. He's much closer than he was just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, and Victor getting within that drafting range. Could have come a little bit sooner, as he's not going to have a lot of opportunity to take advantage of it anytime soon. He'll have to try and stick this close to a couple of corners. As we were saying, that seems to be where his strong suit is. He takes a much tighter angle through that corner into Hatzenbachen. Hatzenbach-Bogen. Through that corner.
I'm glad you decided to try and pronounce that.
Like, you gotta throw one in every once in a while. I feel like it means like entry into Hatzenbach. A lot of these probably just translated to super literal stuff. I noticed one of them is just like 3 quick rice.
I will say this, I've sent on my Discord line here, and I will not be attempting to pronounce any German name for fear that won't leave me for a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, see, Senf would love that. Yeah, I'm sure Parmesan, if he's watching, will let me know. A couple other guys in the server. A lot of the racers
Absolutely.
who aren't here today are gearing up for the start of our 7th season of racing for the MX-5s and the GT3s. GT3s doing the first ever Cup Series with a car we've never used before on the server, so everybody starts fresh. The Aston Martin AMR GT3. So sign-ups open for those. Click and plug in the middle of the event here.
Absolutely. These guys just, oh my goodness. I'm almost speechless. I would compare, you know, this battle, which hasn't necessarily been side by side, but has been almost nose to bumper. You know, one might call this art. As Marco goes up the inside of Ronnie.
I know Victor's going to be able to make an opportunity stick pretty soon, but I want to see what happens here between Marco and Ronnie. Ronnie on an alternate pit strategy. We'll see how it plays off in the long run, but right now, at this moment, Marco and him are going to have to make a decision. That Lexus top speed coming into play as he is able to get a nose through. Oh, but not all the way by.
Ooh, and he has to be careful not to overspeed Marco too much. Ooh, almost a little bit of contact there, but did good to stay out the rear. And Marco, look at that, into the pits. Ronnie will be thinking about that. You never want to see a driver that's battling you corner for corner dip into the pits, as you've only lost time. A driver that you can no longer overtake. Victor, and somehow closer to base cannon than he was just a couple of seconds ago.
It's like he was waiting for us, because he goes for his big move into the bridge and manages to hold the grip and stay in front. Base going to look to trade positions, gets squeezed a little bit to the inside, has to back off, and Victor will go through. How much you want to bet that's only going to be temporary?
I would be willing to bet a lot of money on that one. I was going to say, one thing I do know about Base is if you put that move on him like that, he's going to be looking to switch that move around as soon as possible. And we saw he went for it there, but that outside line really just you know, carried that speed and that momentum, and Base unfortunately wasn't able to go back through.
Just a quick point out, Tibbs is actually in the car, not Ronnie. Ronnie, it is normal for the driver names not to change. They don't update unless we leave the server and come back, but then the whole thing gets messed up. So we try and remember who's in the car. Like, Speed is actually grumpy right now. There's a couple of guys who have already made their switches. East Cannon now looking for his opportunity to get back into the top 5. Going to be pushing pretty hard to catch back up to Victor. Knows that he's got the advantage on that long straightaway, so he's going to just try and stick with him for a little bit and make something happen.
We've said it once. Yeah, sorry. If we've said it once, we've said it at least 20 times. If he can just stay in the slipstream, going into that back straight with that top speed of that Lexus, he'll be in a good position to overtake Victor back again.
We do see Dimitri is in pits for his long stop, so Milan has made his way back out in front. Tall Tech currently sitting a few seconds behind. Will he be able to catch up before Dimitri heads back out onto the track? It's going to be close. He's at the start of the straight now. Actually, we're going to turn away for a second. Samson currently looking to chase down Base Cannon. Samson sitting, or actually, sorry, this is going to be Jesse Hoffart in the Money Shift car. Looking to catch up to Speed Bump. He's looking to catch up to Cesare. So a nice little three-way battle going on for P8. All three racers relatively safely within the top 10. But those long pits still are a gamble. Dimitri has completed his first one officially, with a 2-minute gap between himself and Milan. That sounds more right. I figured it was going to be like a 2-minute thing.
Yeah, that's much more normal. That's much more normal. So it seems that, I think they said earlier Milan meant to go for long but did go for short, so that could have been part of the issue there. Yes. Look at that, Alex Sampson getting a beautiful run on, I believe that's Grumpy still in the car.
Yep.
And just coasting through, keeping Grumpy behind. Grumpy still looking for an opportunity to come back. very well within the range to do so. So we'll see how that goes for him later on the breaks there, but just still about a car or two length ahead of Samson.
Yeah, that it is Samson doing a good job to get in front and regain control of that battle, but now finds himself at the mercy of another man in front. That's going to be Cesare leading the pace as these guys head into what could be a beautiful little drafting train if they can stay close together. And he got there.
Absolutely, and we've entered the second half of the race. Some of these strategies are starting to come back together now. A lot of these gaps closing up more than they were so even about 20 minutes ago. So we're going to see some interesting battles happen at this stage of the race, I'm sure. As you see, Grumpy still on the back of Samson. Samson looking for any mistake from Cesare. There's going to be quite a game of chess, as we've said. Ooh, that is not going to be good in the game of chess for Samson there, as he's oversteered into the wall. Done good to recover himself, and he's going to have to just keep on pushing. That's going to leave Grumpy in a little bit of a no man's land to try and get up with Cesare. He lost time from Samson overtaking, and now he's, you know, kind of detached from that slipstream.
Yeah.
That would have helped him significantly through here.
And Cesare is also in the Lanzo, so thankfully he won't have that top speed disadvantage that these guys typically have been, but still going to be a tough blow. We actually see Tall-Tech and Base Cannon pulling into the pits at the same time here. So that's going to be interesting to see. Tall-Tech was on an alternate strat originally, but they opt to head in together. These are where the leaderboards get a little bit funky. Very hard to tell who is where.
Absolutely, but we do see Tall-Tech in for his first long stop, so it seems he's placed more where he was before the pit stop overlap of going longs. Remember, he was in 6 up there. So it does seem like Tall-Tech is in the spot that he should be. Base Cannon still in the pits, I would presume, also going for a long stop as he's dropped a couple of places here. We'll see how that ends up going. Clutch Russ still looking to sniff inside the top 10 there. I mean, he's not physically far away from Base Cannon here. Base Cannon's still in the pit stop. I'm sure he'll come out before Russ overtakes him.
The question is how much sooner, though. He is still there, and Clutch Russ is barreling down, cutting this time to within 20 seconds. That is a motivating distance at the least.
Absolutely, and Base still in the pits. He may actually overlap him before he comes out. Clutch Russ tipping his way into the top 10. He had a tough start. We'll see, it may end up... Oh, and Clutch into the pits as well. Understandably so. Look at him being nice and careful to not get that speeding penalty.
And does not. Well done, Clutch. Well,
absolutely becoming a good favorite here.
Let's take a peek at what some of these other guys have going on. Someone has taken 3 long pit stops, an interesting choice for the race. I think that's going to be showing up as a number 20 car, Huba, but is actually Sazazi Songor.
Ooh.
That's a tough one to say.
Yeah, hey, I'm proud of you for trying, man. I'm always proud of you for trying. You are better than me.
Who's been the most washed today? Washed is a strong term. I don't like to use washed, but I will say the unluckiest racer still goes to Yosari, and the car did end up having to be retired following all the misfortune, but had a spin out, was then promptly T-boned because it was such a high-speed section, and I believe was tied up in another few incidents because of how bad the suspension was. That T-boning came pretty early on in the lap, so had to make his way around 3/4 of the track with a very, very busted suspension.
Yeah, that was real unfortunate for Yossarian. I wouldn't use the term wash for skill either here because so many of these drivers are, you know, on one today. But I will say who's been the most washed out by Dirty Air has been Victor. You know, we saw him, you know, getting washed out by Dirty Air from Potato, who was in the zebra print car, and then once again by Base. So I would wonder if he's running a little bit of a lower downforce setup, and that could be part of the reason that he's struggling in that dirty air. Man, an absolutely beautiful car. Sounds beautiful. Livery looks beautiful as well.
And it gets on the gas and gets moving. That's some pretty good consistency. You can see what that no man's land does to your time set. Currently 1.5 seconds off his own pace. And trying to find it back where he can, but doesn't really help, especially when you're not quite sure where the guys around you actually stand. Remember, you're starting to see those differences in the pit strategies and stuff, so not sure where everybody's going to come out. I do see Cesari starting to inch closer and closer to Tall Tech up ahead, now creeping within the 5-second margin.
Yeah, Cesari looking for an opportunity here. Like we said, securely in the top 10. There's a little bit of issues with Cesari's teammate with connections and stuff, but as far as I can tell, they're still, you know, well in the race. And so Cesari's going to be looking for any opportunity to make up any lost time from the confusion. And it seems like Base Cannon also managed to stay in front of Clutch Rest. I do know Clutch Rest came into the pits at the end of that. Be a little bit more interesting stay on the limit, and he's absolutely guiding this car around the Nordschleife with a master class of driving here. All of these drivers today pushing around the Nord. Josh Fulton here in the Tekly livery looks absolutely beautiful. A work of art, you know, and it's so interesting that the art we have here today looks so nice. And you know, I honestly think that Cameron, you know, a couple of years ago would have been quite a famous person, because back in 1912, 1948, competitive art used to be an Olympic sport. So Cameron, send yourself back, I don't know, roughly 100 years or so, and you could have been an Olympian. So I don't know if you can find a time machine to go do that, but if you can, you know, send us a letter or a pigeon or whatever they used back then. I'm not 100% sure. Dimitri here on the beginning of the GP layout and the start of a lap. Pushing here in first place, we have Mylan into the pits now. So we'll be seeing if Mylan does a long or a short stop. My guess is going to be a long.
2 hours in, I finally figured out it was using my webcam, not my headset audio.
Oh no.
So that's why on the stream they've been hearing dogs and whatnot, but you have not been, and I have not been.
Oh no.
But we're back, and I bet you my volume sounds a lot louder now on the microphone end of things. So let me dial that back down and see how that goes.
All right, here we go. About halfway through, a little bit over, and we're back to doing some volume adjustments.
Fucking hell. Let's try this again.
Oh, man.
What was it at usually? I want to say it was like this. What's that? Better? Too loud still? Now I gotta look up what the fucking setting was.
Man, now, I mean, you're loud. Now I'm getting yelled at. I gotta get my mic up louder. I'm gonna boost my volume real quick.
J2's is too soft. Oh my god. Let's put this back.
Alright, how much louder am I now?
I'm gonna go to 13. Go like there. Buggy lower yours. I'm trying, man. Alright, let's see. Let's do this again. How are we?
Better.
Let's see.
Someone tell us.
I think we're at a good spot here.
Oh,
nobody pass each other.
Perfect.
Alright, perfect. Good enough. I take it.
Everybody stop.
Everybody stop passing. Get out on the track.
Right. Wait a second. Oh man, speed bump.
Did we miss
anything?
anything?
Giving us a perfect, so. No, yeah. I don't think we missed anything super significant. Mylan went into the pits. Looks like he took I believe a short stop. As he's about a minute back from Dimitri now.
I was like, how the fuck can they hear the dogs? Oh my god.
Oh no, man.
2 hours.
Hey, that's classic.
Yep. That's fun here. All right, well, back to the action. Cesari looking for a shot at Tall Tech up front. Reminder that Tall Tech is much heavier, currently just refueled. Cesari probably reaching the end of his stint, so has a better chance of catching up for now. But will still have to pit. Ooh, with a big little lock up there heading into turn 13 and pays for it. If I'm him, I'm going
Yeah.
right into the pits now. Don't want to lose too much time. Yep, there you
It would
go.
be smart too. Yep, smart to go into the pits. Now, he would be smart to avoid the speeding penalty as well, which he clearly is doing. Josh Fulton
Which
in
he
for
does.
his second long stop as well.
And we got a little request to check in on Tibbs. Currently holding off Marco a little under 30 seconds behind, but has a ways to climb up to clutch Russ on an alternate pit strategy, though. So is going to slowly start to work his way up the leaderboard as guys come in for their next wave of stops. It's important to note a lot of the guys who are coming in for these driver swaps now are still going to have to do one more pit for fuel to get themselves all the way around. So
Absolutely.
two-stop strategy. Sorry?
No, go ahead. You're good. You're good.
I was just saying the two-stop strategy is going to be a big variable once that final wave of pits goes around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say towards the end of the race here, once that two-stop clears up and those guys get nice and settled into their stints, I think we're going to see some quite lively action in the race, as a lot of these guys are very similar in pace, and they've been fighting all race now, so I think it'll end up being quite an interesting last half.
If I was in this car that has like the better fuel consumption or whatever and has the opportunity for a one stop, right? Because it seems like that's the case, but I have to do two stops anyway, I would put quali fuel for the starting lap, right? Because you could probably get far enough ahead of everybody. I don't know that you'd get far enough ahead to get like a free pit stop out of it, but you could just get your pit stop out of the way right on lap 1, then have open air to catch back up to the grid. I don't know. It'd be an interesting strategy.
I to be honest with you, I don't disagree. I think a lot of the drivers here today were thinking about maybe going long with this car because of its fuel, what it can do with the fuel, but you might be right. And I mean, clearly it's a quick car with 3 in the top 10 for the quali today. And I'm surprised we didn't see anybody go for that strategy. Start off short, make up a lot of places in the beginning laps of the race, really try to find some clean air if they can to start, pit early, go heavy, and put those laps in and get that head down. So could have been a really interesting strategy if we saw anybody do that, but I think the general consensus was that the fuel capabilities of the Bayer V8 there just outweighing the qualifying pace here. On the clutch Russ now, not far away from Jawa. Now we've seen clutch Russ. He's actually dipped his nose into the top 10. Oh! And he's had a moment that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, that curb is very unforgiving. Oh, as those tires are going to be a little bit warm, as he's at an interesting spot to rejoin. That's going to give Tibbs a little bit of extra energy there, as Tibbs now finding himself within a minute of clutch Russ ahead. I think that is pretty good for the confidence.
I agree, and I think that gap's still to come down once Tibbs goes through the sector that clutch spun in, right?
I think so,
or
because
it live update.
I don't think it's live, because I see it bouncing back and forth between that and 30 seconds. So let's hang out with Tibbs for a minute and see where we end up. Still showing right 57 seconds, but yeah, it was this corner. I think if Tibbs makes it by, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, look at that time drop down. Man, over.
Still dropping a little bit here.
Almost 20 seconds lost to that spin.
Yeah, that's going to be a costly one. So Tibbs now within 40 seconds, actually, as we see Cesari losing a spot to Samson, heading in towards one of the longer straights where they'll have a bit of a draft, or shorter straights where they'll have a bit of a drafting opportunity.
Yeah, and Samson would have had to be quite electric with some of that pace there. He was quite a distance away from Cesare to start. But Cesare, oh, look at that late braking. He's straight on. Oh, maybe just missed the brake marker.
I think
Managed
was
to keep
going
it going
for
in the right direction.
a late break opportunity and just went a little bit later than even he was hoping for. You can see, thanks to thankfully for him, that Marco, the car challenging, still a little bit of a ways away. So got
Absolutely,
some
but
good
Marco,
luck.
absolutely, and Marco going to be looking at that time drop, be inspired to push and go try and catch Cesare. Marco, and Samson should be quite an interesting three-way battle if they can all close up to each other.
Yeah, Samson looking to work his way up towards Tibbs right now, only 2.5 seconds away, as I think Tibbs had a little bit of a spin, dropped 10 seconds back from Clutch Russ after gaining just about that amount of time. So we'll need to get that back.
But we do have Ronnie in the chat here claiming they have a goated strategy. So we will see how that pans out for them. If it is truly goated, that'll be quite a sight to see as we go into the second half of the race here.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling they're going to be one of the few racers to really take the gutsy call and go for a two-stop. And I think we're going to see a really low fuel run on that second stop. So excited to see where that comes to play.
I agree. And honestly, another team that has been relatively, I will say, large mistake-free, through the course of this race. And look at them in the top 10. Over, some guys who maybe are arguably faster on pace, who maybe haven't finished or are in the bottom half with different strategies due to spins and things like that. I mean, it's clearly working out well for them. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Samson now trying to push his way through, getting closer and closer to Tibbs, but only a tenth at a time, but a tenth per corner. So we'll likely see this battle start to flesh itself out pretty soon. Looking around the grid, we've got some pretty solid gaps up front there, about a minute between every single one of our top 7 racers.
Absolutely. These guys are spaced out. I think they're back into that pendulum of the strategy where everybody's a little bit spaced out in no man's land, different part of their stints. And I think I'm going to make another call in about 30 minutes or so. We're going to see everybody close right back up again. So the action, I don't think, is done for today. Samson through that fast right-hander. Careful not to lose that back end. Jawa
I was just checking
trying to track down Base Cannon.
It looks like Jawa made his way through the pack of back markers that I was interested about. Manages to get by relatively cleanly. I also see Samson catching back up, I think, to Tibbs. So we'll stay with these guys. I think that's going to be the next battle to flush out. Trying to keep an eye on some of these back.
Tibbs. A little bit wide. Took a little bit of the grass there. And you can see how much that has hurt his top speed. Look at Samson. I mean, he's going to look for something around the outside. And just wasn't quite there. Smart to back out of that. Not to let that opportunity for a pass trump the danger of a crash on the back straight here. There's better ways to go through. There's a better spot to pass. I think Samson knows that. Sticking onto the back of Tibbs for now.
Yeah, and he's definitely looking for the opportunity, but you can see down at the bottom right of the screen there, he's kind of coasting, letting off a little bit here. He's not going to take that chance just yet. He's playing it very smart. Samson looking for a way past Tibbs. Samson currently in the buyer, Tibbs currently in the buyer. So it's going to be an even speed down Donninger when it comes.
Absolutely, and look at that. Just Samson closed up a little bit on the entry there. And on exit here, still just a little bit closer than he was, about 3 tenths or so. Now, like you said, the speed will be even on the Dottinger, but I wonder if Samson's going to look for an opportunity before that. Tibbs running wide again. I was going to say, as we've been seeing Tibbs run just a little bit wide into the grass, doing well to keep the car straight, but look at that. A little bit of understeer from those dirty tires as we get into this section. This section so technical and so crucial to your lap time. And, ooh, Tibbs there almost with a big crash. Samson, again, doing well to avoid anything serious from that. And look at this, Cesare trying to pick up the crumbs of this battle. I think with the way Tibbs has been drifting wide, something good could happen for Cesare here.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be an interesting moment here. Cesare going to pick up the pieces of this little battle for P10. All three of these guys trying to get in. Cesare going to look for a way by. This is not the greatest opportunity to do so, but he knows he might need to before the straightaway. I think you kind of want to be in the middle of this sandwich if you're in the Lanzo. See if you can pick up the draft and maybe even a little bump draft from the guy behind down through Donninger's.
I agree with that as they dip into the second carousel. Cesare keeping that gap close. Now that could work in Cesare's favor. We have seen the Lambo kind of struggle with that top speed through this race, but if he can just keep within about 0.3 or so, I think Cesare will have a really good chance to make a pass or to at least stick onto the rear of the Bayer's Slipstream.
Cesare had an amazing entrance into this straightaway. Now that speed is going to come into play eventually, but the draft is going to help where he needs it to.
And look at that, Samson almost went for a bump draft, but chose instead to pass Tibbs there. Cesare, oh my gosh, maxing out the car already, about halfway through the straight there. This is going to be an interesting battle into this section here.
Yeah, these guys are very, very close together in front, heading into that final corner. Could lead to a little bit of bumping, but Tibbs managing to keep it clean, gives some space. Oh, and has a wiggle. Cesare with the quick reaction will be able to slide through the inside. Little bit of door banging, but they keep on going.
And I've got to say there, even though with the little bit of oversteer at the end there, I think Tibbs did a great job not to hit the back of Samson. Wonder if Cesare is going to get late on the brakes here. He is. Oh, and Tibbs leaves him the space on the inside. Good from Tibbs. Little bit of a bump there. Cesare is still having to hang on to the back of Tibbs. And look at that, Samson running away as Tibbs is having to defend against Cesare here.
Yeah, and for those of you with keen ears, you did just hear Marco sniffing around the back. He's now only 2 seconds away from these guys. Cesare pulls off a little bit of a move with some door banging. Tibbs having to back off to make sure both racers able to stay in the game, but Cesare just going to keep sending it down the inside over and over. Tibbs sends it a little wide. And
man, it's almost quite a battle there.
And that will mark the pass for Cesare at the moment. Now has 2 seconds to gain in his quest for Samson and the P10 spot. Marco was able to get within 2 seconds. Ooh, as Cesare goes real wide. Got to be careful. You do not want to pick up these drive-through penalties this late in the day. As, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like we're getting closer to another sunset here.
Yeah, look at the shadows. They're starting to come down a little bit. Not quite so high noon. So that'll be interesting as if these this group of four, really, if they stay near each other in the nighttime, I think that'll spice things up quite well here. And look at Marco with quite a drive to be up here in this battle for, what is this, P10 basically?
Yeah, absolutely.
He was further back earlier, but like I said, he's done a good job to hang on to the back and to pick up the pieces of this battle. And I think he's looking for a genuine opportunity at the top 10 here.
Yeah, all three of these guys are really fighting, or four of these guys, I should say, are really fighting well together. Nobody giving anyone any breathing space. Having that P10 spot isn't enough to feel comfortable. You really need to start moving away with it, which none of these guys are letting the other ones do.
No, and this is an absolutely beautiful battle for P10 here. It's just the spacing and the difference of the driving styles and the difference of pace. This is going to turn out to be really exciting here in maybe even a half lap's time.
That it is. We're going to jump up over to Cesare for the moment because he seems to be the one who's going to get the next opportunity, especially with how aggressive he seems to be pushing. Woo! And it comes right up on the heel there of Alex Sampson. And that puts himself into a nice sneaky little range. I was saying that he was going to be the one with the next opportunity, but Marco stands me corrected. Look at this attempt here. Marco probably going to look for something through these S's. It's a very high speed section to do so. Oh,
and Tibbs.
no.
Oh, no.
Tibbs feeling the pressure, sends it a little bit too wide.
Yeah, that was quite a high-speed crash there from Tibbs. I wouldn't be surprised if he had some type of damage on the car after that. We know he's been out for quite some time now, but that won't be well for his stint there. Oh, look at that. Cesare late on the brakes, still sniffing the rear of Sampson, trying to find any opportunity. Sampson running for his life from this Lamborghini, which just, oh my gosh, is driving like a bat out of hell. And it sounds like it too.
That he is really trying to push his best to get by. He's going to look for an opportunity, fakes a move to the inside, knows that this isn't the best passing opportunity, so he's really just trying to force the mistake for now. I would imagine we might see that dive into the bridge once more that we saw him pull off on base cannon. Looks for it, but both racers late on the brakes, not able to make use of that opportunity here. We'll have to figure something else out. I'm actually thinking of Victor, who was able to pull that off on base cannon. But Cesare has been driving with that same amount of grit here in the battle for P10, so could pull off some very similar moves.
Yes, and late on those brakes, very similar to Victor. It seems like those Lamborghini drivers being able to pull that off more than what was expected for sure. But Cesare just dropping a little bit out of that corner, and Sampson getting the run up this straight section.
Yeah, Cesare doing a great job of applying the pressure, but again, that top speed of the Lanzo comes into play in a few different sections, that being one of them, as he manages to hold on after a little scary brush in with the dirt.
Yeah, Cesare did well to keep the car pointed straight there. Running onto the dirt. Now he's going to have to be careful into these sets of corners here where tire grip is paramount because those things are dirty. But he dips into the carousel, does well to exit as well. And he's still on the back of Sampson there.
Doing a phenomenal job of keeping the pressure on. Looking around the grid, these two are the only ones locked in contention with each other. So we'll be doing our best to stick with them, but Victor is in the pits for a long one.
Look at Tibbs and Marco, they're quite close, about 3/10 now or so. Oh, it seems like their gap is moving around now. It looked like it was closer before.
Does seem to be bouncing in and out for those guys at the moment. Ooh, but Cesare, I was going to say, thinking about that move, once again, going to have to pull off. Still an hour and 20 minutes left of the race, so we might not see him go for anything too aggressive. I think he's just going to kind of wait for a mistake. He knows there's 47 seconds between them and the guys in front at this stage in the game, so is there that same motivation to make a move now?
I mean, you could be right. Cesare could be looking to keep his head down and to run with Sampson up through the top 10, you know. Like you said, there's an hour and a half here. There's still plenty of positions to be gained. We don't know what's going to happen in front of him. Clutch for us, Jawa and base all up there. Clutch for us, or sorry, Jawa and base not too far apart from each other. So anything is on the cards right now for Cesare.
And speaking of anything on the cards, keep in mind we do still have differences in strategy going on between the top three right now, Dimitri, Milan, and Potato. So it is a little bit hard to see exactly where those guys are. I want to say Potato, also showing as El Garito, has actually done 2 long stops, whereas Milan and Dimitri have done 1 short and 1 long. So that could all close back up together once the final round of stops go on.
Absolutely. And I just want to say once again, the TRXVM team doing well to keep just about everybody in the top 10 there. Even Fulton at 16th, still some opportunity for him in this race. So we will see what they can manage out. The Venus team not doing too badly.
As we got some guys slowly starting to come up on lap traffic here. That's going to be the Owl, who's got eyes on someone in front. I believe that's going to be Nigo E36. So he's actually got eyes on P17, only a few spots behind him. Oh, as Nigo has an unfortunate spin,
Ooh.
Owl will get by as a lapped car. But here's the tricky part that I was worried about.
Oh,
That
no.
is the number 2 car of Milan, who makes it by relatively smoothly. Great reaction from him there as he manages to keep racing. I wonder.
Milan been a little bit unlucky with these back markers so far in this race. We've seen him have a couple of contacts, and he's seen quite a lot of spins happen in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the damage of being so quick, is you're going to lap more cars and there's more opportunities for back markers to affect your race. Dimitri finds himself in a long stretch of open air right now, so won't have to worry about that for a little while. But Milan still has 1 more car between himself and that luxury before he can really begin putting the pressure back on. I would be curious to see who has been affected by more of those incidents overall. Oh. Wow, and speaking of, that's the Owl who spun out, kind of stuck in the middle of the track, not in a great spot, didn't really have much that they could do, trying to get around and get moving again.
Man.
And
yeah, I just watched the replay back on the stream, and Milan just so unlucky today with some of these, with some of the back marker traffic and some of the spins that have happened in front of him. Losing time. I know he was looking for the win there, had the issue with the pit stop, and ever since then he's been quite unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at this correctly, that second one there cost him about 2 seconds just because of the run-in with the wall. Now over a minute away from Dimitri and climbing, so gonna be tough. Again, we've seen Milan push, and Dimitri's on that 30-second ballast. Cesare drawing his own track limits, so today anything is possible.
Absolutely, Cesare a little bit all over the place there. Gonna have to go through Fog Pass with dirty tires. Manages to hold on well. A little bit dropped back from Alex Simpson there. Not sure if that's purely based on his moments or if Alex Simpson has pulled some pace. We did see him have a little bit of a shaky exit onto the Dottinger straight, and I'm sure that did not help him at all. Comes through Arenberg. Good speed carry there. Looks like he was just a little bit wide, but overall still pushing with everything he's got.
As we gear up for the second night in this long endurance event. Whoa, wait a minute here. Looks like Tibbs had a little bit of an issue, and Marco is right there to capitalize on it. These guys only separated by 2/10 now.
Yeah, it looks like Marco had to check up a little bit for Tibbs here. Marco, I knew he was going to do it. Be a little bit early on the brakes going into here. Almost comes into the back of Tibbs there, but manages to stay away. I knew Marco was going to be a little bit careful, and if he hadn't been, very well could have ended up in the back of Tibbs and had to check up for whatever Tibbs's mistake was, which led him to be so close. Marco's been very smart to keep distance between him and his competitors, and now he's going to be looking to attack Tibbs. Tibbs on quite a long stint, and Marco is now looking for this opportunity. I think he's had enough of being behind, so we'll see what he tries to do and if he can open up an opportunity for himself here.
Really applying that pressure hard on Roney up in front. It's going to be difficult, though, in this area to get by without causing a little bit of chaos. So what is he willing to do to take P12? Sorry, not from Roni, from Tibbs.
We'll see. It's a little bit wide there. Going down into here one more time. The Bryden Shide. Oh, I'm going to hear that for a while. Man, and look at the speed that he can carry. Oh, but Tibbs a little bit reactive there with the move, maybe. Maybe was trying to let him by because he knew he had the speed. Confusion there on track as the lights start to go down. Or sorry, when the sun starts to go down and the lights start to come on for these drivers.
And Marco really looking for it. Oh my God, I see Base Cannon and Victor in for round 2. Base Cannon within half a second of Victor in a battle for P6. So these guys are going to need to figure something out pretty soon because we are going to have to jump over to that one. But I don't want to let this fight go unfinished.
Look at this, Marco just coming off of the gas. He doesn't want to take the position from Tibbs here. Bravery corner, doing well to stick behind, doesn't run wide. I wonder if he's looking for a move into this big braking zone. Probably one of the few places you're able to overtake on the brakes here at the Nord. Let's see what he does.
Pulls alongside. Switchback maybe?
No, not quite. He's going to have to be careful into this carousel. Tibbs with those worn tires. He doesn't want to have any overspeed, but we've seen Marco be quite respectful. Give Tibbs his space as he just dips back there. Base Cannon dipping within half a second to Victor now.
Yeah, we are going to jump over only because they are at the beginning of the long straightaway. So this is Base Cannon's best opportunity to get past Victor. We'll jump and see if he can make that happen. With our broadcaster's curse, this is of course going to be when those two finish their battle. But for now, we'll hope they're patient. I also see Cesare looking for a chance at Samson. The 3 guys all fighting at the same time right now. We'll try and jump around where we can.
Absolutely. Look at that. That speed that Base Cannon had brought him a little bit closer to Victor.
Getting
into this section.
Very close.
Wow, look at how Base just like climbed over that curb. Gained a lot of time on Victor there with that. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, managing to be well within that drafting range in a dangerous opportunity here. If he can stick close around all these corners, each one of these mini straights is another 10th he can gain. And that puts him in a good spot to pass before things get hairy back on the actual Nord's track.
Absolutely, and I can say one thing about Base is if he knows how to do anything, he knows how to be all in a driver's mirrors. I can say that from personal experience. Base is quite a presence to have, pushing you from behind on track. And I know that Victor's going to be feeling the pressure from Base. Dipped out a little bit there, but I'm sure they will come back to each other as we dip back to Cesare and Alex Sampson.
Yeah, Cesare looking for a move. He's unfortunately not going to get the best opportunity there. Oh, as I think Tibbs, yes, does have a little bit of a spin, unfortunately, and that is going to let Marco go by. Real hot tire, so gonna need to get this sorted out quickly here.
Oh no.
Has plenty of time between himself and the man behind. Thankfully, only a long stop separating them, but that is a big blow. Base Cannon 2 seconds away from Victor, still needs to line something up as El Garito rejoins the race. Now in P8 overall.
Yeah, we saw him, I think, speed bump as well, dip into the pits about the same time. I think that would have been Grumpy driving for speed, so they might be looking at a long stop. I believe they are. Ayash Grito, presence missed on track. Potato with quite a good stint for that team. So we'll see what Garrido can do as he gets into the car. Cesare here is still looking for a move on Samson. The sun has gone down. Not everybody's lights have come on though now. That could be client side for us, but Cesare is still driving without the use of his headlights.
Yeah, I'm going to say this one. I don't know that this one's client side because I vaguely remember Cesare did have his lights on at one point in the previous stint. So may not have opted to put them on yet, but I could be wrong. you know how this stuff kind of eventually blends together. Ooh, speed bump pulling into the, or sorry, speed bump currently in the pits. I think that's going to be their second long stop going on here with an hour remaining.
I agree with that, and I think what Logan Edward would tell us is that race cars don't need headlights because the track is always lit. So I think Cesare is taking that to heart today.
He was, but it turns out he first to be able to see does turn on those lights eventually, and hopefully that'll help him with his quest as Samson in front. Currently about half a second up on his own time through the Nürburgring section of the course. Can he carry that pace through the remaining, what, 10 kilometers?
Yeah, 10 kilometers, probably about 7 or so-ish minutes still left in this, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It'll be a long day or a long night for Samson, with Cesare behind him. Oh, and look at the lake braking from Cesare, almost into the back of Samson there, but manages to give him space, and now he is all over the rear bumper of Samson going into the section here.
Now, if I remember correctly, the previous night only lasted about 30-45 minutes, so these guys will probably finish as the sun comes up.
Yeah, I believe we're going through 2 day-night cycles, right?
Yeah,
for the race,
that's what it seems to be.
Yes. Cesare's still all over the rear bumper of Samson, and look at those lights on the top of the Lambo. Those look absolutely beautiful.
Really?
As they come through here now. Just through Sweden Cruise. Dude. I'm never gonna put this behind me. Samson going a little bit wide through Arenberg. That one I know.
You can see on the telemetry,
looking for every moment.
Cesare is continuously lifting off that throttle, just trying to stay close, but not trying to do anything stupid. They're gonna get real friendly through Adenauer. Adenauer? Sure.
Your guess is better than mine. We've seen what I can do.
Oh, it's Cesare with a beautiful exit. That's going to give a little bit of a drag race here down the bend. We'll see who's going to make it through to this left-hander. It's going to come up quick on them into Metz in the dark.
Oh, and Samson.
Yeah,
barely out in front.
Samson manages to stick to his guns a little bit longer. Stays in front for now. And keeps that position away from the Lanzo behind, but Cesare not going to like that one or let up easy.
Absolutely not. Cesare being very careful on the throttle through these corners here. It's a very easy spot to run wide, especially if you have some worn tires or a little bit of dirty air to help you out. And he is just not letting up. I mean, very reminiscent of Victor behind, I believe it was Base Cannon.
It was.
When they were having their battle earlier. Now Victor in front of Base Cannon looking for a pass sometime soon, hopefully.
Yeah, he got to within a half second and has been falling back a little bit ever since, but that doesn't mean he can't get back to that striking range. Still has a full hour left to try and make something happen. I would be shocked if we don't see another opportunity somewhere in that time.
Absolutely, as they make their way onto, it's not the back straight, I call it the back straight, and it's really not the back straight or a straight at that. It's just a long section of corner after corner after corner, which is really just all flat out for these cars, especially for these GT3s. I think all except Bravery Corner here coming up soon are going to be flat for these drivers.
Now we also have everybody outside of the top 20. All those things you see there is a little bit as Samson hits the barrier, goes for a little bit of a spin, does seem to do some damage to his aero, but the big question is, did that hurt the suspension? That was a rough shot into the walls. Even Cesare ended up on avoidance in the wall himself, so he doesn't get too far ahead within 3 seconds there.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid impact for Samson, but it looked to be mostly head on. And I think he may have gotten away with that without suspension damage, which will be well, not a good result because he had the spin, but probably the lesser of two evils there, keeping his suspension intact.
So you can see some lights way out in the distance there. If you're keeping an eye on the TV cam in the bottom corner, you can see these other cars every once in a while. But Base Cannon is trying to chase down the number 4 car of Victor wherever possible. Victor currently coming up on some lap traffic, so that might give Base Cannon the opportunity he's looking for, depending on how things go here. One racer we haven't paid too much attention to because we just aren't 100% sure where he is in the process. We've got Nick Cruz currently sitting in P22 on the live timings, but does have a couple of laps that aren't showing as counted. So that is something that our stewards are going to have to get sorted for us. We have been informed that blinking blue is actually to let you know that the car is ghosted due to connectivity issues.
Oh, very, very smart to have that on the car. That is quite a decent innovation here. I think we had Daniel also having some of those blinking lights as well earlier in the race.
Markov was having some great moments throughout the race there, but unfortunately we weren't able to keep Govin connected as long as we would have liked. So Markov now struggling a little bit. Oh, comes at a hairy time. Who is that there? That's going to be Nigo, who is spun out. Nigo now trying to get back in front of Markov, but that's at a dangerous area in the dark to be spun out. These two guys going to have a little bit of a head-to-head despite the blue flag. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we saw Markov there having to go all the way into the gravel off track to avoid that. Looks like Markov let Nigo back through. I think he knows that that's not his race today. Oh, but Nigo letting Markov back through. A little bit of a gentleman's battle here. Trying to show equal amounts of respect there. I think Nigo feels a little bit bad for the situation that Markov found around the corner there. But I think they've settled it, and they're back on their way. Nico trying to chase down the owl at this moment.
But another chase going on. We've got Clutch Russ, who does have the client-side headlights on, we can confirm. But El Garito looking to hunt him down. Currently, El Garito almost within that 1 second range as they make their way around the Nürburgring section of today's event. So a lot of track left to find that opportunity. El Garito particularly strong through anything with a corner, and we're going to see that coming. Gives a little flash to let Clutch Russ know he's coming. Clutch actually goes heavy on the brakes and just lets Garito by, not looking for that battle. Potato saying, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was just saying, Potato saying in chat that he was not pleased with his overall stint. Although it did seem like a good one from up here in the coziness of the broadcaster's booth, because we would not be able to pull off some of the times you did. But we'll see how that affects things once the final round of stops have been made.
Yeah, Potato a little bit disappointed there, but I've got to say, like you said, from the broadcaster's booth here, it looked clean to me. I don't remember any large incidents with Potato, and I think the laps overall were good, and it's put Garito in a decent spot for this last part of the race there.
Wow, it is dark in that car. We're going to jump on with someone else.
Alex Sampson chasing down Cesare, about 4 seconds behind. We saw those guys. I think, was it Alex Sampson? Yeah, Alex Sampson had that moment on that stretch of the track earlier.
Did get a little bit Beybladed, allowed for Cesare to get by, but still manages to stay within 5 seconds, which on with an hour to go left in the event and a pit stop up in the air, not a bad place to be. Definitely could be worse. I want to kind of take this opportunity to go through some more of the back of the grid because we haven't really been paying too much attention. It's not entirely fair to them. We do have behind Project Purple currently Sazi Songor driving in the number 23 car, looking to make up some time as they hunt down, well, it would be Project Purple, who might be going for their long stop anyway at the moment. We then have Nigo, who's had a few issues of their own, quite a few ways, basically a full lap away from the Owl in front. The Owl out in no man's land, 6.8 seconds away from Josh Fulton. So these two back in a battle. Trying to take a peek at my overall laps here. I think they've both made the same amount of stops. Josh, 4 laps into his current stint, so they both might have one more fuel stop to go, but I guess we'll have to see where things land. Speaking of Josh, we'll jump ahead to Mr. Fulton in the number 23 car, currently sitting P15 in the Tekly Racer. He is driving around in not exactly no man's land because he does have the Owl not too far behind. He's going to catch glimpses of those headlights down some of those straightaways, as you can see in the distance there. We'll jump up though to the man he's trying to catch, Obama, who seems to be in true no man's land. He's got 2 minutes behind him, almost 2 minutes in front of him. This is a tricky place to be as you enter this long empty straightaway. No lights in front of you, only the lights of a lapped car behind. Jumping over to Marco, finding himself in a similar place. Not exactly the same gapping as far as the car behind goes, but still not the place that you're probably too eager to be in. Up into P12, we have Speed Bump working to catch his way up to Tibbs on an alternate pit strategy, so needs to make up those 38 seconds, or might not have to, depending on where the overall pit stuff goes. Then we've got Tibbs now, Project Purple with 4 long pits done. Very interesting. Tibbs currently out on the track, racing pretty quickly. Osh is El Garito, for those who are asking. But 174 second stop and go for Purple. That'll probably be one addressed after the event. I think at this point we've kind of jumped around everybody who we weren't typically covering. We are going to jump over to the Owl and Josh Fulton, as these guys now within 2 seconds of each other. It's possible Josh had a little bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah, and we see the Owl here chasing down Josh Fulton. I mean, I think these about midfield positions here will be some of the closest battles we have as we get into this last part of the race. Josh Fulton looking to recover from that shaky start he had. The Owl looking to recover from some spins he had a little bit early on, but look at this, absolutely taking chunks out of the time of Josh Fulton here as they go into Stefan Beloff. And wow, just sticking to the back of Josh with a little wiggle there. Let's see how it shapes up here. Quite a fast sector. The Owl looking up the inside of Josh, and he makes it stick, gives Josh plenty of room. Looks like Josh ran a little bit wide there, but the Owl making that move stick into the second carousel now. Going to be going onto that back straight ahead of Fulton, but I think he's given himself enough of a gap to not have to worry about that. The Owl going to be charging forward to get President Obama. Oh, and it looks like some spin there.
That's going to be Jawa.
Oh, no.
That is a bad one there. So Jawa finds himself spun out, now dropping down well behind Base Cannon, 22 seconds off of that pace, and gives El Garito a nice little chunk forward. Jawa currently 4 laps in since his last pit stop, so I don't think he was hoping to do a long stop now, but might have to switch up the strategy and go for it, given where that incident was.
Yeah, not quite sure if Jawa sustained some suspension damage there. It seems like he did a good job to recover his spin as far as getting back on track and holding his brakes and staying where he was. Gonna have to be careful into this section. I'm sure the tires are quite hot after that. We'll see if he dips into the pit lane here. But I'd imagine if there's no damage, he'll probably stay out.
And he chooses to stay out. Yep. Oh, looks like we might have had a little bit of a moment here. Where is Speed Bump? Seems to have had a little bit of contact with the lapped car, but continues moving forward. I don't see that lapped car. Let's see if we can figure out who it was. There she is. So Horman Huwa is possibly beached.
Oh, yeah. Looks like revving, but not getting the
I think
car
we
to go
need to get
anywhere.
the safety car out. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
That should have been that would have been a safety car opportunity had they stayed out. They teleport to pits.
I believe that'll be a DQ for Huwa.
That is unfortunate. Without the teleport, we would have had the safety car come out there.
Definitely would have been quite interesting to see the field group up there. But I think Huba has taken the DQ. It could have been a pop tire as well.
Yeah,
so
I think
that could have had something to do with it. Java a little wide there.
And I think there's like a built-in safety there as to when you can and can't. So hopefully whatever occurred works out, because it does seem like they are still on track. You did call it there, Fulton, letting Jawa go by, probably hoping that Jawa and the Owl can get into a little bit of an entanglement and give Fulton a chance to get back that position in the mix.
Yeah, we'll see how things shape up here. A lot of these drivers, as we mentioned earlier, driving by themselves. I think we've counted 8 so far, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of these guys probably feel like they have been behind the wheel for a year. And I'm sure some of the Venus team has felt like they've been behind the wheel for a full day at Venus, because Venus is the only planet that spins clockwise around the sun, and the Venus day is longer than the Venus year.
I respect that.
I have exhausted all of my fun facts.
That's okay. You can find some more. I believe in you.
I may go for a little bit of a search.
We can't get rid of the fun facts. I think those are our highlights.
I do have one more for you. I don't actually have a very good segue for this. I might have even said
What's the topic? What's the topic? What's the topic?
Fruits and vegetables. If you can get me there somehow.
All right. We'll get you there. We'll get you there organically.
All right. I will wait for the opportunity.
Yeah, you'll know
I
it.
search for some more.
You'll know it when you see it. But Cesare currently looking for a move on Samson. I feel like we've seen this play before.
Yeah, having a little bit of deja vu here with Cesare tracking down the rear of Samson here. 2 tenths between the two. I mean, it's insane how they don't come together more often, and we've seen some very clean racing between these guys. Now, I believe Samson spun in front of Cesare, no? So Samson has made his way to go back past Cesare, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he must have somewhere along the way. I'm almost wondering if Cesare had a little bit of an incident just because of how far behind Samson he was when we tuned in. Looks to be 6 seconds off his personal lap right now. So all the true signs of a little off-roading.
That very well could be the case here. Could be both of these drivers dealing with maybe a bit of damage, whether it's to aero, to suspension, maybe a little bit of hot tire, some flat spots. We can't know. Cesare late on the brakes as usual through RM Bird. Just tracking down Samson, looking for any opportunity. Now, what it seems to be is a lot of these drivers like to stick behind. They like to give pressure to the driver up front and wait for a mistake from the driver up front. You know, don't send that braking point down the inside as often and take that opportunity. Let the opportunity kind of come to you via the mistakes of the other driver.
Right. Oh, now this is going to be interesting. A lapped car going to get involved here just a little bit. Thankfully, not too much, as they let the battle carry on by. Cesare going to be able to continue his quest. And it was this section before that we saw Samson get a little bit of a run and get away. Can Cesare keep up with him a little closer this time around? They do have
we've seen this high Sorry, we've seen this high-speed sector, do well for these heavier cars like the Bayer and the Lux. But, we see Cesare here not really letting any of that time slip away. Samson maybe 2/10 or so, 3/10 or so. But when you get into the braking, Cesare is right there behind Samson.
The Mercer got put back to the pits by the game. Okay, so that's why it didn't let us do the safety car. That's such a shame. It would have been so fun. Would have been a nice big switch up there. We saw you were beached, Hubs. We were getting ready to launch safety call procedures. Yeah, no, I saw you were beached out. We just, we would have given you a little nudged, little love tap with the safety car. Honestly, was the plan.
That would have been absolutely insane.
That would have been fucking great. Cesare does manage to find his way by as I am talking tremendous amounts of bull poop. Samson not willing to give up that position easily, gonna stick his nose down the outside. Can he hang on? This is a tricky spot to try and make that pass. Does manage to get in front as Cesare backs off a little bit. But will Cesare go for a deep dive into one of the better braking points? Oh,
man, that was close. Cesare getting on the curb there a little bit, got a little bit out of shape. Oh, and he does it again. Trying to get the switchback on Samson, gives himself a little bit of spin. Oh, and comes out right.
Who was that managed that? That is Hoba. So Hoba managed to make it through there unscathed.
Yeah, I believe that was the back marker that let those two by a little bit earlier. And Cesare, like you said, Hoba somehow getting out of there scot-free from Cesare. Cesare looking to pass Hoba again. But I wonder if Hoba won't be so keen to let that happen, given the scenario.
He probably will. Yeah, I was going to say, but he'll find a better spot to do it. That wasn't really a great section. Hoba would have had to lose a lot of time to make that pass go. But now that Cesare is through, I'm sure they'll work relatively together to keep things happening. Tall-Tech has gone in for their second pit opportunity. I believe this is the second long pit, so we'll see who finds their way down the straightaway. That's going to be Victor making it by Base Cannon as well. Base Cannon actually might be pulling into the pits. I think I see out in the background he is. So what does Jawa do? Does he try and stretch things a little bit farther, or is he coming in? Jawa currently 5 laps in on his current stint, and he will be sending it. So that'll be another car past Tall-Tech. Man, Tall-Tech's still waiting for the opportunity. Is Garito going to get by too? Somebody unlaps themselves just a little bit. I'm not positive who exactly that one was. As we see the two guys just sitting in pits currently. Who's going to get out first? What's happening there?
Not quite sure what's going down in the pits here. Looks like Base Cannon out before Tall-Tech, maybe taking a short stop as opposed to Tall-Tech's long stop. I do think that Tall-Tech has gone for the 2-stop strategy for the Nord. He would have had to have done some quite long stints to be going in this late. So we'll see how he fares. Base Cannon now out of the pits in front of Garito, about 10 seconds or so. I need to get those tires warmed up and on the move, and he'll have to be careful about having a little bit heavier fuel.
They asked what the Owl's doing. The Owl currently just holding down the fort. Not too much pressing matters going on. Waiting for the next round of pits to finish up so we can tell exactly where people stand. But the Owl has a 16-second gap behind them and a 3-minute basically half a lap gap in front of them to Tibbs. So got a long ways to go before they get to see anything too interesting. We'll jump over now to P1. Dimitri finding himself a minute 16 seconds ahead of Milan here and coming up on some lap traffic. At least we'll get a little bit of interest there. We'll see how smoothly he can get by.
Yeah, not sure how these pit stops are going to play out for these two. I'm not 100% sure on if either one of them plans to come in again. I would assume for a short stop, as I think Tall Tech's the only one that's gone long enough to need a long stop at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys are going to have lighter fuel loads, the ones who are waiting till the end, so at least they'll be able to move a little bit quicker. But I don't know how much of an advantage that's really going to be, because having a heavy car really helps on a track like this where you want a little bit more grip into a lot of these corners. Like these off-camera downhill turns helps to be a little bit fatter.
Yeah, absolutely. Really squeezes that car into the ground, gets those tires working. I think a lot of that is the reason why the Bayer and the Lux are, quite rapid today. And maybe so why the Lamborghini, although it is up in the top 10, maybe struggles through a little bit of that. Now Tall Tech on the rear of Cesare. It's like Cesare letting Tall Tech pass. Not much of a fight there.
Has a little run-in with the dirt and the recovery. It's going to cost him that speed, but I'd imagine Cesare is going to look for another way by, because he just took that opportunity, or he took that position right before we tuned into them. So he's going to want it back.
Then it's going to be a proper fight here. This will be one that I'm very interested to see, as I've been around a track with Tall Tech a time or two. So I will be very interested to see how this one plays out. No bias, but TRX VM on top. We'll see what happens.
Anyone who's having issues with the race and stuff like that, just make sure you open tickets so the organizers can see it. There's stuff that is probably going to need to get cleared after the race. We are but humble broadcasters. We don't have all of that set up on our end. Just because I see some mention. Feel free to mention in the chat, but we aren't the guys who will be able to help. But the guys who are able to help would be Cesare here. He's been working really hard to get this pass off on Tall Tech, and the fruits of his labor he bears.
Absolutely. Tall Tech looks like he lifted off the gas a little bit there, decided it wasn't worth going side by side through floodplats, or flugplats, and risking an incident.
Yeah.
Probably learned a thing or two from Brands Hatch in the F4 season. That's all I'll say. But a smart decision there by Tall Tech to look for a different opportunity to fight as they come out of Arenberg. Tall Tech still on the rear of Cesare as they go down into this section. Kind of like, I mean, they're going down here and they're not getting much help, unlike a cow, which can go upstairs but can't walk down them without help.
I said the fruits of his labor thinking you'd go with the other one, but I'm glad we still got. We made it to one. That's all that matters.
I cannot believe I missed that opportunity. I'm gonna say it anyway since we're on it. Avocados are technically a fruit and not a vegetable. They're considered a seeded fruit.
I mean,
cannot
they
believe
definitely
I
have a
missed
seed.
fruits of his labor.
That's all right, as Cesar is kind of holding on to that one, but Tall Tech really not giving up. He's still within a second of that Lanzo in front. We've seen the Lanzos make it through these tighter turn sections pretty easily, but once things get opened up, that's where Tall Tech's and that Lux really powers out. The nice high top speed.
Absolutely. We haven't seen Tall Tech out here on just straight up raw pace, but we have seen Tall Tech out here with, I would say, some killer consistency so far in the race. To hold on to the strategy that he's held on to and to still be in the top 10 without major incident from what we've seen, I think is quite good work from Tall Tech here, still on the rear of Cesare. And I think there's going to be trouble come the Dottinger Straight.
Yeah, Clutch Russ is still out on his 8th lap, trying to push that fuel, and Cesare currently on his 7th lap, so these guys do need to pit at some point. Definitely worth mentioning. Same goes for Jawa, who is 6 laps into his fuel stint, starting his 7th lap now, so trying to stay ahead of El Garito as much as possible. There's a couple more guys who still need to come on in, and we've got 40 minutes to go, so it'll be a nice question as to when. I do think we are past the peak of midnight, so we got to be working our way slowly towards that sunrise. I'd imagine around the 20 to 25 minute mark is when we'll start to see a little daylight for these guys to follow.
For sure. And Potato says keep an eye on Garrido and Base Cannon soon.
I am watching that. Garrido has knocked his way down to within 3 seconds over the course of the last 2 laps.
Absolutely. And Garrido up there taking the challenge. Maybe not necessarily. Oh! And Talltech with a spin out of the carousel. I glazed as hard as I could. And the consistency was there, but unfortunately that's kind of disconnected him from Cesare, so we will see if he can bring that gap back down. He just needs to keep calm and continue onward.
And speaking of gaps, Garrido has officially closed to within a second of Base Cannon in front. These guys both are on their final stint. Base Cannon with the fresher tires, probably a little bit of a lighter fuel load. Can he keep Garrido at bay? It's going to be a tough fight, and there's still 40 minutes remaining. So the question comes, how hard does he want to fight and when? They are trying to close up the gap to Jawa in front, who still needs to stop. Victor will likely need to make one more stop before the end of the race as well. So the closer they can get to them, the better it'll be. Base Cannon going to let Garrido go by so he can slot in for the draft to start. I think with that Lux, he's going to have the higher top speed than the buyer, if I remember correctly.
We'll see here. Yeah, look at him starting to encroach there on the Bayer. 300-kilometer-an-hour game of chess has started. Base Cannon going to be all over the rear of Ayash as they get into this section. So dangerous, and Base almost into the rear of Ayash. Has to be careful about coming back across the track. Ooh, and Ayash, yeah, I saw maybe that happening. Ayash trying to move through Base Cannon there as he spun back on. And that is an unfortunate situation for the TRX VM. Guys, Base dips into the pit there.
Well, honestly, it could be worse. That seems to have initiated his pit strategy. Base Cannon. Oh, actually, well, he had just pit, so I'm guessing he's coming in now to try and fix up his suspension. Probably took a big blow, or maybe swap out the tires since he can. We'll take a look and see roughly how long.
Yeah, I would say some suspension repair, damage repair, and tires for Base Cannon. Still has a chance to be in the top 10, which I think is the TRX VM's goal today. Jawa going down into turn 1 of 8 million on this track.
Yeah, that is a shame because Jawa now currently sits 27 seconds away from El Garrido, which is around where Base Cannon would have been. So Base probably would have had a nice fight with Jawa right at the end, given the pace difference between those two. So, you know, something that you never love to see, but things do happen in a race this long.
Absolutely. Base Cannon, one of those drivers that has been going on his own today. So I'm sure a little bit of that fatigue may be getting to him, and it's been a long 4 hours. So we'll see how he fares in this last portion of the race.
As we're going to jump over to Josh Fulton here. I think he's found his way in with a little bit of company. Nope, still in a little bit of no man's land. I thought maybe he had a lapped car around him. Seems like not quite. I think only it's going to be, where's our man Nigo E36, currently trying to chase down some of the lap traffic that just made it by him. Who are these guys up here? It's going to be Obama looking to... Well, I can't be Josh Fulton ahead. So we actually got 3 cars all on 3 different laps, I think, together here. Which makes things kind of interesting.
Yeah, that'll be interesting for President Obama to try and work his way through. I wonder who that lap traffic is up ahead of him.
That's going to be Base Cannon. So Base Cannon's actually leading the way. So Base is a lap ahead of Obama, who is a lap ahead of Nigo. Custom, I do not know. That would be a question for Potat. Oh, it just gives you a larger time penalty. You don't take the penalty. Yeah, so just don't take the penalty, and they'll fix the time penalties. I'd imagine is the overall plan. But don't want to speak for them. Tall Tech currently looking for a way to catch up to Cesari in front. Now has gotten that gap. Well, it had gotten that gap down to within 5 seconds. I see a little run-in with the environment. I'm guessing just enough to slow himself down, but manages to keep moving forwards. That fatigue that you mentioned starting to set in as the sun rises for a second time. 2 days of racing for these guys. I mean, I'd be a little tired too.
I'd be a little bit tired, and I gotta be honest, I'm surprised that we're not dead, because it's been 2 days and I've had no food.
Yeah,
you know, and I'm struggling. I don't know about you, but we are getting towards the end of what's been, in my eyes, quite an exciting enduro race. I think even with, you know, about 21-ish cars on track, you know, there was some talk of will it feel a little bit empty, but honestly, I think they've all done a great job to, you know, have a good race and put on a good show for everybody watching so far today.
Absolutely. And, you know, these guys have really done a good job of powering through and not really, I don't want to say caring, but not really worrying too much about, you know, where they stand, just trying to get to the overall end of the race. I want to see, yep, this is Nick Cruz here, currently trying to catch up, if he can, to Alan Barker in front. Alan currently sitting in a little bit of no man's land, so I'm sure he'd welcome the competition if Nick can get a little bit closer. Again, Nick's laps are currently messed up a little bit. I think he's got about a lap or two to be added. I think 4 laps to be added, if I understand correctly.
Well, if that's correct, he definitely moves himself out of 21 and probably goes more up towards the high teens there for his lap time.
That's what I'm wondering.
I think he's on track.
He might be somewhere in the mid-teens, trying to figure out who that car is in front. I think that car of Alan Barker, that might be legitimately where he's competing against, just looking at the overall lap times. I think this is a genuine battle for position between the two. Do you see a little bit of network issues? But
I think you might be right with that, so hopefully those network issues don't affect Nick too much.
Yeah, as he is definitely starting to get a little bit closer. Saw some interesting stuff in the live timers for a moment, and I thought that meant that Tibbs was getting a little bit closer to some of the group in front. Unfortunately, does not seem to be the case at the moment. They did make it pretty far through, but unfortunately, no such luck.
Yeah, and Tibbs in a little bit of no man's land here. The distance between 2 armies, which is also what you call a group of frogs, an army. So, in case you didn't know that.
Give me 1 second.
Anaya cheering for base saying frog army. I agree.
Frog army. Oop. Oh.
Potato saying I don't sound right. Oh, and Marco off the side of the track.
I'm not sure.
I still hear the engine running, so I don't believe it to be damage or loss of fuel.
They just seem to have pulled off to the side. I see them turning the wheel.
Is maybe one of the tires? I think either suspension or tires.
Well, it's like they lost gear.
Oh, sorry, transmission. Yeah. The telemetry on Marco has them in neutral.
Right, and I don't see them shifting gears. I'm not sure what exactly they're waiting for. Now, to their credit, they did turn the turn signal on to let everybody know they were pulling off the track. So this could have been intentional.
Very good.
We're going to try and fly the drone through this little hole here. Yep, need it. Excuse me. Don't worry about me, Marco. We're not seeing anything on the dash. Oh,
There we go.
and we're back
He's
in.
Popped it back in. Could have been a connectivity issue with a wheel, maybe. So maybe a little bit of IRL technical difficulties there.
Well, whatever it was, they did lose their opportunity at catching up to Tibbs, but managed to get back on the track and get moving well before they came under fire from the Owl. Now we are going to have to tune in with the Owl because remember, these live timings don't update until these guys make it through the section in question. Actually, is that him right there?
It could be, yeah, right?
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
on
it is.
different laps, possibly.
It's showing me
No.
that I think they just haven't updated the gappings yet. Oh no,
Yeah,
I see
maybe
him
the
further
live
up
timing's
ahead.
up
Okay,
there.
yeah. No, I see just how
Is he?
far he is. Yeah. So the Owl is a little bit of a ways away from Marco still, but I think this corner is where he went off. So we'll see an actual update to the timings now. As we see that come diving down. Wow. The Owl are now only a minute away with half an hour left. I think that's going to be some serious motivation.
Absolutely. I think that's a gap that we could see come down very, very soon. Looks like we have President Obama here tracking down Josh Fulton.
Really working his way towards it. Now it's important to note, Fulton does have to go in for a pit. Oh, and he's going to do it now.
Oh, look at it.
Going in pretty hot. Does not manage to get a fuel penalty though, or speeding penalty, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, looks to be one of the guys who got the breaking point right for that. I'd also like to address some allegations in the chat here. Potato saying that the Frog Army doesn't sound right. I Googled it. It is correct, and everything on Google is correct. And I'd like to counter those allegations with another fun fact that potatoes were the first food grown in space. So
I believe that one.
Yep. A lot of facts being tossed around during the endurance stream. And not only is it a source of good racing, but it's a source of knowledge. So for anybody who maybe doubted that, just open up Google maybe. But, yes, Matt Damon was the first one to grow the potatoes. I can confirm.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that documentary.
Yeah, that's a documentary.
Fun facts for the kids watching: if you hold in a fart long enough, you'll give yourself a stomach ache, and the nurse has to send you home.
There you go. See,
So-
now that is true. That
There you
one
go.
is an experienceable fact.
Yeah, verifiable fact right there.
Absolutely. If someone could come back and let us know how that went for them, I would love to share that with the larger group of people here.
For those of you who do not go to school, if you hold in a fart, you can give yourself a stomach ache, and your boss can tell you to suck it up.
Yeah, that's probably is what would happen. You probably would have to let your boss know that you've held in too many farts, and I think that might be the worst of those two.
Yeah, I don't know that I would share that much information, but there's ways to go about it. Are we getting back into? No, this is still the sun rising. This cannot be the sun setting again. It's still the sun rising.
No, this has to be sunrise. This has to be sunrise.
And I'm losing track of what time it is here. Samson currently within 5 seconds to Cesare in front. Those two have been going back and forth for a large portion of our event today. Samson is actually being driven by... Oh, it looks like Samson is not showing on the live timing board. So Samson's probably still being driven by Samson. I don't know what exactly is going on there. Trying to chip away a few tenths here and there, but Cesare definitely giving them a run for the money. Oh, it's Tall Tech
Oh no.
with a big spin,
Stop.
currently sitting stationary on the side of the track.
Oh, and a teleport to pits. I think maybe there might have been some engine damage going along with that spin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. We did see Tall Tech, though, withdrawing from the race, which is unfortunate because they were still rounding out that top 10, keeping that VM TSR dream alive. But now that 10th position is going to get occupied by Clutch Russ, who's had one hell of a race so far today.
I gotta say, I'm sad to see Tall Tech go, but I am happy to see Clutch Russ enter the top 10. He's had a hell of a
Screen
drive
just
today,
went
so.
fully black. Oh,
That's not good.
that is mighty, mighty unfortunate there. It seems like we might have had 2 racers that
Might have
had
suffered
that
from
issue
that
then,
issue.
because I wonder if that is what happened with, was it
Marco
Markov?
as well.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
Marco, yeah. Something we will obviously have to look at there. Oh,
And we have someone
Cesari off the
here as well.
track.
Wow, look at that. Letting that position up to Samson now at this point in the race. That's a dangerous time to have a mistake like that, to let your competitor go by. Samson's going to have quite a nice gap to Cesari after that. We'll see if Cesari can get that back. We've known Cesari to be quite rapid on pace. So we'll see if he's able to get that going. Also, if anybody at home needs a moment of silence for a TRX VM racer going out of the race, so unfortunately, you can have that moment now. So.
And we see another
Josh Fulton?
TSR racer off the side of the track. This time, Josh Fulton. A little bit of a tough lap going on for the TSR VM race team. Fulton managing to keep back on the pressure. He's in he's in a little bit of no man's land though, so he's just kind of chilling. Do see Tall Tech rejoin the race, is going to find himself pretty far away from Tibbs and Clutch Russ. Does get to hit the track with a quali setup, given there's only 30 minutes remaining, so we'll see if they manage to swap over to that before heading out. That could give them a little bit of an advantage, but it seems like a 4-minute gap between themselves and Tibbs. I don't know that anything is going to make up for that at this stage in the game. Super unfortunate.
I think Tall Tech's fate is sealed there. Base Cannon up into P6 as well. Very well for the TRX VM guys. Preceded by Jawa up there. And our leaders, gap coming down. It was about, like a minute and 16 between Dimitri and Milan?
Something like that.
56 seconds or so. I don't know if there's enough pace difference in there to bring those two together towards the end of the race. Also, Victor having quite a good race, sliding into P3, followed by Jawa Base, and then Speed Bump into the first carousel there. Look at that. Speed Bump had a little bit of a shaky middle half of the race there, via their driver swaps and all of the pit stops going around, but has managed to bring it back up into P7. A good job by that team to bring the car up to a decent position so far.
Now, El Garito is within 20 seconds of Victor in front, currently hammering down on the pace. Oh, as we see something interesting going on with the live timers. There's that. No, neither one is spun. I think it's just these guys being a little bit too quick for the track to really understand where they are. But anyways, El Garito does need to cut out a second per minute in order to catch up to Victor in front. There is a difference currently of 6 seconds between their current fastest lap times. The last lap, El Garito caught up by 40 seconds, but that was an outlap for Victor following his final long stop. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, as we saw those two drivers going to head earlier in the race with Victor behind El Garito, now Victor in front of El Garito. If they do end up seeing each other on track, it'll be quite an interesting battle, I'm sure. As I'm sure Garito wants to get that place back. Drop 2 positions from their qualifying position. From 2nd to 4th now, with Milan taking that 2nd position and Victor in between the two. So I'm sure Ayash is driving with a fury, and I'm sure that team as a whole wants to do well. Jawa staying in 5th, actually, after everything is said and done. After his qualifying, in Base Cannon moving up from 10th to 6th. So
Yeah,
quite a good job from Base Cannon.
A lot of these guys have definitely had some strong position changes, good or bad, throughout the race today. I think this overall grid is looking very different than what we saw in our qualifying times, with the exception of Dimitri slowly running away with things. Again, we know there was a slight issue with pit strategy mistake from the number 2 car, but even then, I don't know. It's only an additional 40 seconds, you'd think, so they might still be about 20 seconds back, given that race pace. But you never know, right? Because then they would have been closer for some wheel-to-wheel at some point. So hard to tell exactly where things would have fallen. Always a lot of what if following a long endurance race like this one. All you can focus on is what is. And what is Dimitri running away with things, finishing up his 26th lap over a minute ahead of Milan, who is over 2 minutes ahead of P3, Victor Gorecki, the man that this guy, El Carrito, is trying very hard to chase down. To see him riding that dirt a little bit, huh?
Yeah, you just got to know that Ayash is really pushing and giving it his all here, heading into Amberg here in just a second. I mean, he's hungry. He's hungry for that position. He wants that back. I think Ayash and Potato are, more fine with letting Dimitri and Milan sit in that 1 and 2 spot. Some absolutely rapid drivers, but I know that they have that fight with Victor, and I know they feel like they should be in that position. And they're gonna give it their all to go chase that one down into the closing stages here. Less than 20 minutes now in this 4-hour race, and Garrido setting what is essentially qualifying laps, or at least pushing at a qualifying pace here to catch up to Victor.
Yeah, I mean, he is currently 3 seconds up on his best lap time since rejoining the session. So that's going to be a huge one for him. I think that's putting him around the 210 marker, or sorry, 810 marker, which is an outstanding place to be. Cesar has made his way deep within that 5-second range to Samson, so I think we are going to see another battle between them. That one still has not ended.
Yeah, those two almost all race have been giving us quite a spectacle to look at. Clutch Russ as well. A personal favorite for me, I think. Clutch Russ having quite a good race and showing us some good racing in the very opening stages. Tall Tech hanging on that P12 there after that slight issue in the Owl, bringing it up around the fast right-hander, doing well for himself in P14. Not a bad spot at all, given the caliber of the drivers in those top, I would say 5, 6, 7 or so.
Yeah, and these guys do make it look easy, but a reminder to those who haven't done it, Nords is not as fun as she looks, man. This is a tough one to do. 4 straight hours of racing as we come into the final 20 minutes or so. It really is all going to depend on when Dimitri crosses the line. He sets the tone for us. And looking at where he is crossing the line right now, I think everybody's going to have 3 more laps to get things dialed in and figured out.
Absolutely, and I'm sure for the likes of...
Oh, hang on
I would say...
Samson fell back.
Oh.
Samson now 5 seconds behind Cesare. He must have had a little run-in with the wall himself. There's a big line of cars just giving some love taps here and there, so I didn't think too much of it, but unfortunately that is the case. He does fall down behind Cesare as my line finds himself in some traffic.
That is unfortunate for Samson there. We saw Cesare have that mistake and give that position up, and it seems like the tables have turned now for both drivers. Tall Tech here fighting with what I believe is that lap traffic, or are they
that
together?
Is lap traffic. That's going to be the number 16 car of Nick Cruz. So he moves by with ease. Not too much contesting going on there.
Yeah, and Tall Tech has put it within 30 seconds now of Ronnie, and I believe Ronnie's teammate was Colin, correct?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah, so Talltech doing well to close that gap. Not sure if
Or
there's going to be
Tibbs.
time
Sorry,
enough for
it's
him.
gonna be Tibbs.
Tips,
Yeah.
yes, tips. Yeah, we'll see if Talltech can close that gap up anymore to secure P11.
Yeah,
I
well,
think
apparently they're a
overall,
little concerned about fuel over on the Tibbs end of things. Again, there is going to be about 3 more laps left, so it seems like we are going to end at 29 laps. So that's got to be what you've planned for. If you don't have enough to get to the end, you got to start figuring out how you want to handle your final fuel stop. Heading into the last 15 minutes, why don't we see what the AutoCam suggests for us here for just a moment? See what action it wants to follow. I'm always curious, you know.
it was giving us some pretty interesting views a couple of hours ago when you left for just a second there. As we see Jawa going over the curb a little bit, pushing that car to its limits. Look at that. Man. Ooh, and the jump as well. An absolutely beautiful shot.
Bumping
Jawa has that thing
around.
on the edge.
I will be back in just 1 second for our final 15 minutes of racing.
All
Just
right,
gonna
sounds
grab a
good there.
quick drink of
Looks like there
water.
was
I'm
some.
dying.
Oh, good. Looks like there were some marks there on the roads. Looks like somebody might have popped a tire, maybe a crash or something of the sorts here. Nick Cruz, P21. Remember, Nick Cruz has some laps that haven't counted, so his position on the live timing is not completely accurate as he goes to this section here, jumping over to Josh Fulton. Had a little bit of a tough race, but is holding strong in P16. And I've just got to give it up to some of these drivers today. I mean, the absolute mental capacity to keep going, even after all the crashes, all the spins, mistakes and whatnot. I think almost everybody here has been subject to at least one, maybe minus Dimitri, and maybe minus Mylan as well, at least for a big spin. But everybody's done a really great job today to see this race to the end and give it their all. So a round of applause for all the drivers. It looks like the fuel for Tibbs and Ronnie there is going to end up being okay. A little bit of worry there. Overall, all right. Cesare, P8. Look at Cesare throwing the Lambo around, jumping over to the Owl here, who is in P14 and has had quite a solid race. I know the Owl's gotten into some incidents about halfway through, but to be in a P14 is not too shabby, just outside of the top 10. But overall, a great
P14
race.
and crawling too. The Owl has gotten to within 40 seconds of Marco in front, which, if you remember, was a minute 20 after Marco's big spin. So a lot of
Yeah.
climbing still going on there.
Truly, the Owl has been one of the best drivers at putting the head down despite the mistakes and driving through all of it anyway. As we see Mylan coming up to some lap traffic here.
Yeah, Mylan definitely trying to figure out a decent angle to get by. This is where things get tricky, but I think Mylan at this point isn't really looking for any crazy passes. I think he knows that Dimitri is kind of off the board at this point, despite a big opportunity. We do see Roni in chat letting us know that Tibbs is going to be going for some big fuel saving here that might give Talltech that advantage he's looking for. I don't know if it's 30 seconds a lap worth of fuel saving that we're going to see, but only going to be 2 more to go. Getting very close. It is VHK. Sorry, thank you for the correction there. VHK has been in the car for a long time, and we keep calling him Milan.
Oh, Lord.
The embarrassing.
A little bit, but
the
BHK's still having quite a race in the second half.
Absolutely. The names on live timings are correct there. Tall. Or Twofer. Topher. I can read. Wow, who is
Maybe some German
the
people
lap
might.
traffic? Oh, is that tall? It's Tall Tech in front.
I
That's
was
the
gonna say,
lap
is that Tall
traffic.
Tech?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's why
might
it's so
be.
hard to get by.
Yeah, might be why it's giving Milan a little bit of a run for his money here.
Tall
Tall
Tech
Tech is
not
trying.
off the pace by any means.
No, just a few unfortunate moments there, and I guess that glitch as well for Tall Tech was not good. But look at that speed that Milan was able to carry through the carousel there. And Tall Tech, no need to respect the blue flags here, so perfectly in his right to go side by side with Milan. Milan down the inside though, taking the risky line there, but making it work a little bit up on the curb. Tall Tech still hanging on to the back, but I think Milan is going to be looking to check out. And Tall Tech is probably just going to be looking to use Milan's pace to set his own.
Yeah, just check in and enjoy the ride. Get a little bit of a tow here at this stage. 31 seconds separating you and the next guy with 2 laps to go. I would just hammer on to that pace. Tibbs, very capable racer, currently putting up 823s. Tall Tech sitting around the 818. So not a big difference between them. The advantage is only really going to come from Tibbs' fuel saving mixed with a little bit of a draft if they can get one. Seems like we have some sort of an issue going on with Jesse Hofford.
Yeah, that's Alex Sampson's teammate. So that's going to be interesting for the battle between Cesari and Sampson. I'm not exactly sure what's happened to him, but he has picked up a 175-second penalty. So that'll be some time to make up if that's not taken away after the race, but I suspect that will probably be the case.
Again, we are not the stewards. We do not make final decisions here. We're just trying to figure things out the same way you guys are.
Yeah, but Greta, you do owe me $20, so I will influence a decision if if I don't get that back by next week. Thank you. If Potato's here, if you could let Greta know. Thank you.
We're still on with Tall Tech here, who's looking to take advantage of whatever he can. I'm not sure who that car is all the way up front. It's actually, you know what? I think that's going to be Alan Barker in P17, or Zazie Songer, I think is the one currently behind the wheel. Not positive where we ended up as far as that DQ situation goes. Is Sampson in the pits? Sampson is at least in the pits. Are they going to be able to move?
Not sure. I don't think Sampson had a moment, as far as I could tell, that caused a teleport to the pits. I'm not sure if maybe there was a connection issue there.
Well, they're still, dealing with whatever's going on that DQ situation. That does allow for Tibbs to make it by, and now Tall Tech will slowly move through with them. Samson teleport to pits was a vote to kick. Yeah, teleporting to pits usually ends up being like a DQ, I think, is the situation. You're not allowed to teleport to pits. I think that was part of the briefing. So minute 45 on the timer till Samson can move again. I mean, Tall Tech is in the pits with you, so at least you guys are getting a little bit of a head-to-head going out there, but I think that is where that came from. Oh, the game picked the car. Yeah, I'm not 100% positive. Again, we are just the broadcasters there. That's something that I would definitely open a ticket up to talk to the organizers about. We are not fully in the loop on what the plan is there. We just know that they are going to be trying to adjust things with timings and everything else. The bottom line from them seemed to be just keep driving.
I think that's the memo for all the drivers on the field, is no matter what we've seen today, just keep your head down and put in those laps there. I think Tall Tech might have been caught out by having to do another lap of fuel, if I had to guess. Maybe pitting for tires and going for a fastest lap of some sort, but I'm not sure what would have caused Tall Tech to come back into the pits. Maybe we can find something out about that.
Yeah, hopefully we can hear a little bit more. Speed bump currently going. Oh, serving a penalty. Oh. I
That's
wonder what
no
the
good.
penalty is.
Yeah, unshored could be a track cut. So we see speed bump here moving through. I'm not gonna. Nope. I was gonna try and pronounce it, but I'm not gonna try and pronounce it.
Whole Oct and
Maybe.
Hedwig show. You know, we're getting through there. So I do
It's a
see
great character in Harry
Samson.
Potter.
Samson
Foul,
is
ever?
having those issues still. So yeah, hopefully they can get that sorted with the stewards there, adjusted for the overall standings. I'm not sure where that's going to let things go, but the Owl is going to get to take advantage of whatever is going on with the penalties currently. Finds his way through. He's got, I want to say, El Garito in front of him there for a little bit of motivation, and makes his way into P12. Now 27 seconds away from Marco in front. You know, having 2 more laps might not be too bad. One big mistake from Marco and he could be in business. And those tires are only going to get a little bit worse.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I was saying Marco here has probably been going for quite a while on those tires, so anything can kind of happen. And the Owl, a great example of putting that head down and doing the laps and just staying locked in overall. We're coming down to the last 5.5 minutes here, so I thought I'd bring up a little bit of what was mentioned in the driver's briefing, some of the bets for what we thought was going to happen. I'll share what I wrote down at the time for my top 3. So my prediction for the top 3 in the beginning was going to go Dimitri, P1, Ayash, P2, and Jawa, P3. And it looks like I'm 1 for 3 on that. Because Milan and Victor having outstanding drives up there to be on the podium.
Very strong drives indeed. El Garito really pushing this last stint far in the Bayer there, as he is on his 9th lap. And again, judging by the pace of Dimitri up front, I think he's going to have 1 more to go. So he's going to have to do 10 laps of fuel in the Bayer, which we've seen, but is a bold strategy.
Absolutely, but if there's one thing we know about Garrido is that he'll be able to drag that car, I think, to the end. He is now within 20 seconds or so of Victor, but I don't see how within about, what do they have left? 2 more laps, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
I think,
just
yeah.
For the chat, sorry, I see something in the chat there. There was, if I remember correctly, there was an issue with the pit strategy execution from Milan's team. So they should be 20 seconds away if they had, it's a legitimate difference. He is a minute ahead, but even if everything had gone right for Milan's team, he would still be 35 seconds up, or 25 seconds up with a 30 kg balance. So that is incredible to watch there.
Yeah, Dimitri with quite a decisive drive today. I mean, I've heard some rumors that he, is a weapon at the Nordschleife, and so far he's shown that today. I think even if the pit strategy would have gone to plan, I think even a P2 for Dimitri today would have been an incredible result. So I think the drive to P1 makes a lot of sense.
And Marco seems to have found his groove, an interesting spot to do so, but finds it nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like Marco wasn't really looking for a move there, but the driver in front left it a little wide, and he decided to go through. Would have lost a minimal amount of time with that, so that's not too bad as we're on to Milan here.
Sorry, we did see Milan have a little run-in with the environment, but seems to be continuing on the move. So that will not be anything too detrimental. Taking a look there, looks like the suspension isn't too damaged, as that wheel looked relatively straight at a quick glance. But man, they are bouncing this thing around, trying to rip through the Nords. as quick as they can. They might try and steal that fastest lap point away here. Or sorry, this is VHK. We keep calling him Milan. VHK.
Oh, yes, this is.
And the number 98 car putting in, or number 33 car putting in the work. Got 98 on one side.
33 on the other. It
No,
might
it's
be
all
different
98.
driver numbers. Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, weird. Oh well.
Huh.
Things happen. Let's look around. We got a few guys getting pretty close together behind Ye Old Faithful. I think that is Dmitry Markov in front and Victor right here close behind, who does manage to get by. Move around with the camera there a little bit, but Victor gets by with quite a lot of pace. At this point, Victor's in a pretty safe spot, but knows Garito is creeping up from behind. Can't afford to make a big spin, so wants to just stay consistent in his travels around the track. Garito probably going to be doing a little bit of fuel saving. Tib seems to be doing all right, has got 6 laps in, so should be pretty safe on the fuel end of things. As we are officially making our way towards overtime here, the final minute of proper racing before everybody has to lock in and make it around. One last go. Oh, and a big spin there, I believe, from Marco is what we were waiting to see. Maybe the Owl will be able to take a little bit of an advantage on this. He's in the grass. He's going to need to get on tarmac before hammering through, and that will close that gap. We'll try and see just how far the Owl is. Not this car. That one, I believe, is El Garito. Yep, still trying to catch up to Victor. And then a little bit further behind, we run into the Owl, so about 20 seconds to go. Very even gaps. The Owl and Marco about the same as El Garito and Victor. Will either one of them be able to close that distance here in the final few moments? Cesari trying to do the same to speed bump. Nobody is safe yet. Everybody one big spin away from losing it all here in the final moments, as we are officially on the final lap of the evening. Clutch for us.
Yes, sir. And it's been...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, you're good. It's been a great drive from all these drivers. I was actually just about to mention Clutch, so it was great timing to switch as he moves past Purple Air. Oh, and just as we say, it's the commentator's curse today. That's the theme. Clutch for us. Oh, with a big smack into the wall. That might be suspension damage for Clutch. Not sure.
Yeah,
as he moves on at speed, he might be okay.
This certainly was a touch one. We're gonna sneak in here, sit alongside. It doesn't look too bad. Seems to be responsive.
Yeah, it seems like his suspension is in a good area, so very lucky to get away with that one. I was gonna say, so many of these drivers at a point where a decent spin will put them out of position, so that's where a lot of the pressure is coming from. The second, like this last little portion of the race here, nobody is safe. As we said, Garrido might have had some type of moment there because, going into the pits actually.
Yeah,
which is dangerous because Jawa was within a minute, and I think a short stop is 1 minute, no?
I think so. Well, he's got to refuel. He only needs enough fuel for 1 lap. He might not do tires. He might just fuel and go. But this is going to be dangerous to see if Jawa can get by. Now only 20 seconds away. Yes, he is just fuel and going. Doesn't care about the tires. Going to use them for 1 final lap here. What does this do for Jawa? Puts him at about, well, currently showing 30 seconds because it's at that odd bend, but you'll see that come down real quick as El Garito has an awkward way in to some of the final corners. Trying to see if we can find him. There he is.
I was gonna say, I think he should be coming around now.
So Jawa going to be within 20 seconds. Looks like he wants to take advantage of it, but I don't think that he'll be so lucky. So I
Yeah,
think
I will say
this.
Greedo is a whiz on those used tires, especially in some of his open wheel racing. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to keep that gap open.
Yeah, and you know, at this point, I think we are safe to do a little bit of a victory walkthrough here. So we're gonna take a quick look over to Dimitri, who has been on fire for 28, soon to be 29 straight laps. Had a big first stint where he held on to the rear of Milan and managed to overcut and go from there. So I think he undercut, actually. He did go for the undercut on Milan, and it all kind of went in his favor from there. Milan and VHK currently sitting in P2, doing a great job of keeping a consistent pace. As we mentioned, one slight issue with a fuel strategy or a pit stop strategy, and it changed the day for them, but they are still well in front of the rest of the grid. Victor doing pretty much the same thing, 2 minutes separating himself and the top two guys up front, but managed to hammer through with some strong consistency. El Garito and Potato seems like only a single fuel strategy kept them out of the hunt for the podium, but a very strong race between the two of them. Garito now struggling with those aged tires. He has been rocking them for about 11 laps, I think. We'll head over to Jawa, who's looking for his opportunity where he can find it. 20 seconds, though, is a big ask on this final lap of the race. P6 currently looks like it'll be going to base cannon, sitting in a little bit of no man's land, is making his way through. Looks like we had additional fuel saving issues or fuel strategy issues from Speed Bump, who said, don't you start your parade just yet. We've got a lap of racing, and two Lanzos that need to get things sorted.
Oh no, and these two come together in quite a risky spot there. A little bit of jumping around. Speed Bump looking to catch back up to Cesare. You said he had to stop in for fuel there.
Yeah, loses the position because of the fuel stop. So is now has a full lap and a full tank. Well, not a full tank, but a lap's worth of fuel to try and make his way around.
Yeah, I reckon this will be something more of a qualifying lap for Speed Bump here, as it looked like he was about to let somebody pass there, but I think just drifted a little bit wide. Also getting a little bit of word here that Clutch Russ got pitted by a back marker.
Yeah.
Not 100%. We didn't get to see that contact, but
I think we saw the aftermath of that a little while ago. That one was probably about 4 or 5 minutes ago now.
Yeah, we may have done with I believe is it still Tibbs in Ronnie's car at this point in the stint?
It is still Tibbs, yep.
Top 10. Yeah, doing very well to keep it in the top 10. We saw Tibbs you know, fighting for his life in the midfield there for a little bit, but you know, has done an absolutely beautiful job. And Dimitri across the checkered with the win. A total time of, what is that? 246 minutes and 27 seconds.
Wow, absolutely incredible. Clutch for us, 45-second penalty added to final time after crossing the line. I'm going to guess that's related to the crossing the line issues or pit line issues we saw at Speed. If he does lock in P9, Hubba and Sezai Songnor, I've definitely butchered that, lock on a solid P18. We're going to try and call out the finishers as they get by. Looks like Tibbs is going to lock in that P10 position as he comes across the line in a strong fashion from what we can tell. I know we're not following those guys, but we just want to see if Speed Bump can make something happen. He's the last one with a chance on the grid. As Milan and VHK wrap things up, VHK taking the team home only a minute away. Oh, and we knew something was going to happen, but we didn't know what. Cesare goes off the track, and that will give Speed the opportunity he was looking for. We can now focus up a little bit on who is going to be finishing up in what positions. Oh, and he finds himself beached. We might need a safety car to get out there and help him out.
Cesari, no, our guy.
We head on over to Alan Barker, going to be the next one to cross the line, locking in a solid P17, followed relatively closely by... Ooh, I seem to have gotten something messed up here. Nick Cruz, sitting in, I guess, P19 overall, is what my live timings board is telling me. Very interesting. I think that's going to be Responder Jr., technically behind the wheel at that point. Now taking a look in, just trying to figure out who is making their way towards the line here. I think that's going to be Project Purple and Dmitry Markov as our next racers to follow suit. As Purple seems to be out of fuel? No.
No, just
Okay.
coasting to the line.
Just coasting
No
to the
cares
line,
given
making
from
it
Purple.
count. I don't think they
Into the
crossed
wall.
yet.
No, not quite, not quite.
And there you go. Gets by. It's showing all these random drivers as disqualified and whatnot, but that is not the case. Fear not. P3, Victor Gorecki with an amazing drive to wrap up the podium here. Well deserved in the Lanzo. Coming across the line in the number 3 car in P3. What an excellent way to finish. I know there's a dog pile going on probably somewhere up at the back of the grid, but we're going to try and keep our eyes here on the finish line and watch as the remainder of our grid drives on by. Marco Hars finding his way through, soon to be chased by the Owl, who got real close at the end there within 20 seconds to P11. A brilliant chase by them.
Yeah, I know I've said that Clutch Russ was maybe my favorite of the day. I think Gorecki as well. Garrido coming across the line here for a P4. Well-deserved Garrido and Potato with a great drive there. As who do we have here? Nigo crossing the line as well, which I believe will end in P21 for Nigo if Nick Cruz's penalty is applied correctly. But I've got to say that the Owl had a beautiful drive as Jawa comes in here for 5th. Another amazing drive by the first TRX VM driver to cross the line, at least up in the upper levels today.
Absolutely. We see Jawa rolling on through. It's funny to see who do we got coming across the line? Oh, that's going to be Talltech actually in P13, working his way by. We still have Base Cannon, Speed Bump, and Cesari out on the grid, still fighting along, trying to make their way by. Talltech wrapping up a solid P13, especially given the few misfortunes that we saw them have. We'll now jump over to, I believe, Base Cannon is trying to fight his way through the grid. Going to be locking up a very, very solid P6 at the end of a long day of racing, and we still have quite a few more to go. I believe Cesari ended up getting teleported back to pits. Yes, he did. So you now see his time jump to 4 minutes behind Speed Bump. Going to be a tricky one for him to catch up to. You think you can make up 4 minutes in the final corners?
I don't know. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff from Cesari this race, and I won't put it past him, but I don't necessarily think that we're gonna see that happen. As Speed Bump rounds out onto the Dottinger straight for the last time. Speed Bump, a really great drive from Speed today. Maybe dropped from qualifying position, but I think given the circumstances of what happened on track, I think Speed Bump did a great job. Beautiful drive with a beautiful livery. as he's going onto the diving straight for the last time. Not too shabby speed bump.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good about his drive today. He's really locked in a strong top 10, even picked up a position here in basically the final lap. I mean, definitely it could have gone, everything could have gone a little better for anybody who's not P1, but went as well as he could have hoped for the cards he was dealt. That's what we like to say around here. Speed making his way through with some passion, as we've got I want to say possibly Obama, is it? Yeah, it's going to be Obama still working his way around. You can see a lot of these guys slowly heading back in towards their pits just to wrap things up the proper way. President Obama crossing the line in P14. A strong appearance by our, was he 44th president?
I think it was, yes. I think he was the 44th.
There you go.
And I'm sure he'll have a good reception waiting for him back in the pits, because that was quite a strong drive from President Obama today. Didn't know he was into racing. I wish that would have, you know what I mean, been more apparent during his presidency. But
oh, yeah.
Glad to see him here today, no doubt.
Yeah, Clutch, you had a great race, man. That was a great build back from the issues with the rolling start. We've been keeping tabs on throughout the night. Really consistent stint. Great job landing in the top 10. Same goes to Tibbs. I know you guys are in the chat. That was a beautiful strategy. Oh, as it looks like we have reached the end of our overtime. So that will officially end things for Speed Bump and Cesari. But a great job from all of our racers involved. Looks like it's got me locked to myself. Let me just do this so you don't see the Ellie cam. But that is the end of what couldn't have been a better race. J2, anything to add?
I mean, it's been a wonderful 4 hours here. We haven't slept in 2 day-night cycles of AC, so we're on the tail end here of our energy. But I just want to say that everybody who was on track today did a great job. Everybody who participated today, especially a lot of these guys. I just want to specifically pick out, like, Speed Bump did an amazing job, but that P8 to, down, honestly, a lot of those guys had really great drives and did quite well to stay in it. So hats off to all of you. I could not have done what you did, especially those of you who ran by yourself and kept your head down even when, it looked like the shit was going to hit the fan. So congratulations to everybody. And I think you all did really well today. I think that's most of what I got to say about them.
I'm with you there. Well, appreciate everybody checking in. Looks like we had a lot of love being shown for the racers throughout, so definitely appreciate that. And we'll see you guys for the next one.
Absolutely, and Buggy, it's been an absolute joy to cast with you at the Nord today. I think it went relatively smoothly, and I think I had a great time.
Oh yeah,
so
great pleasure.
I hope everybody else had a solid time as well.